Set your affirmations, aspirations, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. up, brother, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4.
All right, here we go. Let's check to see how our audio is.
Yeah, I wrote a little something in the front there for you too.
Oh, thank you. All right, I will
Yeah.
see how our audio is.
Yeah, I wrote a little something in the front there for you too.
Oh, all right, all right.
I can hear that clean from here. That sounds good.
Dude, all right. Now, let me go ahead. Hold on, everybody who is already jumping in. This is the new setup that we have. We're going to test out right now. All right. Let's see. That is a bad angle for right here. But we'll go ahead and we'll readjust this after we do our intro. All right, so yes, the studio is in the basement of the Ducati Dads. All right, but today we're taking a little different step into our talk about mental health and addiction recovery. But today we've got Joe Conniff, who's one of the leaders here in the Seattle area in this space. So Joe,
How's it going?
here.
Happy to be here today, man.
Dude, I appreciate you coming over.
Thanks for hollering.
Joe is interested in joining in helping us out with our mission, where we bring awareness and destigmatize everything wrong with mental health. And Joe brought over his book here, Causes and Conditions. I recommend everybody pick up a copy of this. And he's also got a new book coming out.
I do. No title on it yet. Put the heat on so that I'm talking about it. We're going to get that thing out a little bit faster. It is going to be a kind of a complimentary set of pages to this book. This is my memoir, my first one. So it kind of talks about the experiences I had, how I got out from underneath it. I had a lot of questions following this body of work about, okay, I need more. Like, what did you do though? What were the meditations? What were the journals? Where were the places you went? And so I took a lot of the material that I couldn't fit into that and produced this body of work that has 90 reflections with some journal prompts, and there's some meditations written by me as a certified mindfulness instructor to really help people get their footing in the early stages of recovery, and as well as somebody who's been in recovery a little while, you want to deepen that relationship with yourself. How do we do that good work and turn inward and do some good heart practices, some good heart work, some good mind work. And offer the goods to the community too, so it becomes recovery and wellness become a reality for other people as well.
I am super excited about that. Now you wrote something in here, right?
A little something for you and the fam. Yeah.
So big thanks for having me over for Racks and Recovery. Best wishes to you and your family in 2026. Yeah. So that is what we're going to call this stream right here. Is Racks and Recovery. We're taking a step away from riding motorcycles, talking about racing. And we're going to step into another passion that Mike and I both have, which is billiards. It's also something that Joe's really passionate about.
Where we met.
Yeah. Yeah. So a little backstory there. A few years ago, I played in an open. It wasn't an open tournament. It was 500 and below or 550 and below.
Something like that. Yeah.
Tournament.
We were pretty close on our ratings. I know that.
Yeah.
We were pretty tight. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, Joe and I didn't match up. I ended up losing a round before we would. I think if I beat the guy that I played against, we would have played the next morning.
I think that was right. Yeah.
But we'd met and we were talking, and there was a genuine connection there.
Yep.
And I didn't know about your background at all, and you didn't know about mine. But we started talking, and
some organic.
Yeah. Pool was definitely there, but. So I thought I just forgot about my words, but after that we stayed in contact. We played some pool together, and I found out that you were, just by talking with you, your background, where you your story, and how you're helping out in this space, and it's super inspiring. And I wanted to share that, and I think that this is a great opportunity to be able to do that.
Yeah.
But we're gonna dive in here onto the green belt, green, blue. It's definitely green.
Sea green.
Sea green. All right, so we're gonna move this camera down now. For everybody who's in the chat, we're live on both Facebook and YouTube. And I'm hoping that this microphone is picking us up really well. So let us know if you're having any issues with the audio. Before we've got some microphones clipped up here to the lights. This is kind of ghetto, but normally we're sitting back behind the table talking in like professional level microphones. Well, these are professional, they're Rode. But we're gonna play some 9-ball here. We're gonna play a race. We're gonna talk to Joe. Joe's gonna tell us his life story, some of his insights into the deeper level of what's really going on with different programs.
Yeah.
A little bit of politics. We're not going to dive too deep into that because that can be a very spicy subject in the comments section.
That advocacy space that occurs in the political, that's for everybody. That's for all of us. That's our duty to our community, to ourselves, to get this awareness on those practices. And so we'll do it from a place of what can you do? How can you get involved?
Exactly.
I know these are things that we see in the community. The difficulty, the plight, the suffering, the frustration, the sadness, the isolation. There's something everybody can do. We want to make sure folks come away with a little bit of knowledge too. You know, maybe some ideas you haven't thought of, but also what can I do in this moment? This day and age, if you don't know somebody who's, you know, if your life hasn't been touched by some kind of, you know, the overdose epidemic, mental health, homelessness, I'm happy for you, but I know most of us have at this point. There's been some loss. There's things that we see as we navigate our day to day, and a felt sense of maybe helplessness or a desire to change. If you're tired of looking at it too, we get compassion fatigue. That's a reality. So we got to talk about this stuff. We got to
exactly. Yeah. I like it. Chalk it up.
Yeah.
I like it. All right. So now I haven't played competitively in a few years. Joe still plays quite a bit.
I'm not playing. I mean, I probably played 2 tournaments, the smaller ones, like the one that we met in. I did get myself into the Seattle 9-ball Open, the rub elbows with the pros. That was fun. That was the best beating in pool I've ever taken in my life, with the biggest smile on my face, just to be around the people.
Well, you learn so much.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is, it's, you know, I want to get better every day. This is billiards to me, just like my recovery is. If I'm not growing, I'm going.
Right. Yeah.
You know, and so it's a big piece to me is discipline, diligence, community. You know, very much it corresponds very much to the wellness practices that I do.
Yeah.
And that's why I take so much interest in the game. And I'm going to talk about practice. I don't need other people here to do it, but at the same time, it's more fun with other people. The organic conversations that arise around the table, the way you get to know people, the way people move on the table, you learn a lot about folks, and you know, you start to see the ways that what people are going through. And I've had some of the best conversations and camaraderie I've come across has happened over some felt.
Well, that's what we were talking about before we went live, was how organic conversations can be just around a pool table.
Oh, yeah.
Just like when we're riding motorcycles and we're talking through our comm system while we're out with our buddies, you can have some really interesting conversations. But we do highly recommend that you stay focused on the road.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely don't need any more videos floating around online of somebody bullshitting with their friend, turning around, talking, laughing, and not paying attention to what's going on in front of them. But there's another passion that we have with our brand is motorcycle safety and awareness.
Absolutely.
But we're kind of dabbling into all the different things that as humans make us human.
Exactly. Yep. The great equalizers, right?
So
human experience.
So let's see. Your Fargo rating is
531.
531. I think I'm like a 498. I think.
Don't take a first spin. Let's see where we're at.
Let me look real quick. It's been a while. I think I still have that app. So where did you grow up?
So I grew up in Agawam, a small place called Agawam, Massachusetts, Western Massachusetts. Probably easier to claim Springfield, Mass. Some people might know that. That's actually where the Basketball Hall of Fame is. The little town that I grew up in has what's known as Six Flags New England, and I was born and raised there, just outside of the Berkshire. They call them mountains. Ain't nothing like mountains here.
Oh,
They're more like rolling hills, but yeah, that's the mountains we have over there.
all right. To just be transparent, I haven't played in a while.
All right.
For those who were here for the pool, I'm a 502. I don't know how accurate that is. Pool is one of the only sports, as Jesse from Billiards 911 used to tell me, that men always lie and say that they're a smaller number than what they really are. Pool is the only sport that this happens in.
Oh man. Yep.
Yeah. But so then if you're a 550, fair match would go and
531
would go and say that for a race, actually it'd probably be like a one, not even a one game.
Might be one to two tops,
Yeah.
maybe.
But all right, so
depends on you want to call what, hot or spicy or whatever.
are you feeling hot? All right, let's make sure that we're still rolling on all of our cameras. Here we go. All right, I think this one's right. Okay, yes, we are. All right, so after this is over, we're gonna go and edit it. We're gonna put it up as a long form video. Is just to sync our audios. There we go. All right, here
Lag it up.
We'll go ahead and lag it up. I'm thinking what raced for a conversation probably could do a raced 6 or 7.
7 sounds good. 7's a good number.
7, I like 7.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, man.
Hey.
Looking forward to this.
Ooh, that's gonna be weak.
You know your table better than I do.
Oh, I got it in 2 diamonds. All right.
Try to slow myself down from my 9-foot business, you know.
Yeah, right. Table play is pretty.
It was smooth. A couple of little practice, and I got clearly I didn't practice my lag.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I've had this table since I bought the house. This was one of the first things that I went and purchased. I came down here. There used to be a cellar that was down here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, from like here. And then you see that line right there on the
Yeah,
wall?
yeah.
So there was a cellar down here. And I took that out. It used to be like a food cellar.
Yeah.
Took that out. And then I put this in. And like I wanted a 9-footer. I wanted a 9-footer so bad. But would be tied up against that pole. It would be tied up against this wall. Even if I spun it this way, they would be tight here, and then there's some stuff over there that would have been in the way.
Yeah, we do. We tend to, we settle, right? It's better than having nothing at all.
Yeah.
You have a table. The table rates are good when you have your own table at home.
Yeah.
As somebody having my own 9-foot is, I don't have to get upset about the affordability of getting out, but I have to play with it.
Yeah. So you grew up in a place that sounds like it was really cold.
Yeah, we get 4 seasons. I'll say that. we get all 4 seasons over there.
You get all 4.
Yeah.
Snow, rain, snow.
White Christmas was something that coming out of the holidays that I feel like you could kind of depend on seeing something around the holidays. Kind of a little bit unlike what it's like out here.
Yeah.
It's kind of, roll the dice and see what you get. But, yeah, I was somebody who, I snowboarded in the winter, I skateboarded in the summer, I grew up with a pool table in the basement, I rode BMX bikes. I was very active, and the landscape was conducive to that. Well, there's one.
Oh,
Nice out.
that was.
Grand opening, grand closing.
All right, let's open up the chat over here. Could be a glitch. Oh no, never mind. You were just standing still. This is where being able to get that other angle would be nice. Oh, all right. Let's pull out.
You got a race marker anywhere?
Oh, yeah.
See if I got a change in here.
Show comments on stage. All right. All right. Now, there's that. Comments take the stage. All right. Now, okay. So you grew up there. How long did you stay living there?
So I spent till just shortly after I turned 19 in Western Massachusetts. I graduated high school in June of 2001. I was somebody who at that time I had started to already develop a little bit of a problematic relationship with substances. And so without getting too much into the weeds, as I didn't really have a lot of plans after high school. I'll put it this way: is my mom, when I was growing up, had chronic back pain, still is with that.
Yeah.
My father worked for an organized crime family, an Italian crime family. So I grew up a lot around bars. That's why we had a pool table.
Yeah.
I grew up in a lot of spaces where I saw a lot of the behaviors and things that I would end up struggling with later on. And also as I grew up with a lot of what you would say is I had good enough parents.
Ooh.
That's great, yeah.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Yeah, things were moving quickly. But I sat down to do family dinners, most of the nights during the week. I'm gonna scratch there tonight. I think I'm a break, right?
Yeah.
And so what I had was I had family, I had friends. That was never really an issue, but the difficult part was I didn't have a lot of emotional understanding. It didn't really come with the territory of the work that my dad did.
Yeah.
My mom's back pain really hindered her ability to be present at times for the things I was going through. So I internalized a lot of my difficulties for years, and substances weren't always really a big problem for me. I was kind of one of those guys that go out and smoke some weed out in the woods, drink some beers around a campfire, that kind of thing, wander home. Not a lot of problems with that. I'd say pretty much consider myself like most of the other guys that I grew up with. And eventually, though, some things occurred. I've experienced some betrayal, some other hardships at the hands of friends and family, and my relationship with substances started to change overnight. And by that, I mean that they suddenly became my best attempt at solving my problems. They were no longer just something fun to do. I was starting to get some relief from them. And so leaving for the military at age 19 was kind of a last-ditch effort to my dad encouraging me. There was a little thing called 9/11 had just happened shortly before I went, and it seemed like a thing to do is to start to get myself some purpose, some identity.
Oh, I got you. Told you.
Yeah, so let me see, June 2002, I shipped out to boot camp in Great Lakes, out by Chicago. It's a very warm summer there. I left.
How old are you?
I'll be 43 in February. So, man, we're talking, this is already well over 20 years ago.
Yeah. Well,
I was actually 20 years ago when I got out of the military. So
yeah, I'm turning 40 here in a couple of days.
Uh-huh.
I was in high school when you were when you went to boot camp. So that's why I was like, wait a second. I know you don't look that old.
Yeah, and I realized that as I'm like, man, I don't know how old Tim is. So
Oh yeah, no, go ahead and go ahead and continue.
yeah, so I ended up I went in and I went to boot camp for 2 months in Great Lakes, and I tried so quickly to get out of Massachusetts and do something with myself. I was detailing cars. The war was escalating, and my dad said, man, you better sign up and choose which branch you're going to before you get drafted. I don't know what direction we're heading. My father was a Korean War Navy veteran, so it was also being the last kid in line. My oldest sibling, my dad was married, had 5 kids. My mom had 1. They were both married before, and then I'm the only one for the 2 of them. So my oldest sibling from my dad's set of kids was the only one to have ever graduated high school. And I was the last kid in line. And so when I graduated high school, that was a big deal, but nobody had gone to the military. And so to be able to choose to go to the branch that
doing this.
yeah, my dad served from 49 to 53 was kind of a big deal. And so not only was it something that I felt like there was some hope about getting away from the aspects of myself that were not serving me, like my substance use and things that were not really causing a ton of trouble yet at 18, 19, but they were gonna. It was an opportunity to not only do something with myself and for myself, but make my dad proud, serve my country. I was young. It was pretty exciting. And I selected a job halfway through my time in boot camp that I'm going to be working with explosives. That sounded really fun to me at that time.
I apologize for
Oh,
that.
wow, look at this. What did I do to you, man? Well, we're going to try to get creative here.
Oh, bank shot, bank it. Oh,
E for effort.
yeah.
So I was pretty excited, man. This idea I was going to be working depending where I took orders
Just
to.
going to move that chair like right over there towards that TV. We'll slide the chair over
This
here.
one over
Yeah, like right over here. I see right out. Here we go. That way,
Put you in the-
more than just your legs or
in the frame.
yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot better. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right on. Yeah, so I took that job, and I still had to finish boot camp, and basically I had this opportunity to, once you pick the jobs, I'm gonna go to the school where I'll be trained for that. So I went to Pensacola, Florida, for another 2 months down there, and from there I was able to go back home for a brief period around Halloween of 2002, and then get out of the way there a little bit.
Yeah.
I went back. I got orders to Norfolk, Virginia, to the USS Harry S. Truman aircraft carrier, and within a month, I was headed out onto a deployment for 6 months overseas in the Mediterranean in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom, Enduring Freedom, and that was my life for about another 3 years. 2 deployments, and a lot of camaraderie, a lot of work hard, play hard. I developed a hell of a drinking habit.
Yeah. And then so you were in the you were serving for 3 years?
I was signed up for 4. I made it a little over 3, and just kind of like anything else in my life, no matter where you go, there you are, and nice out. I eventually found myself, we're back in home port after my second deployment, and we'd go into the ship in the morning. I lived down the street from the base. I'd go onto the ship in the morning. We clean the spaces, and since we didn't have any weapons on the ship in port, we didn't really have much to do, and so I'd be off by 9:30, 10 a.m. and didn't make a difference what time we got off. We'd be over at the bar in Virginia Beach. And I mean, I was 19, 20, 21, then coming up on 22 years old. And, you couldn't tell me that there was anything bad about me being off partying with the guys, playing.
Well, that was culture.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it was, especially with weapons department, we worked close to explosive ordnance disposal, to this, we often were maintaining some of the Navy SEAL lockers on the ship. I mean, we're around kind of some of the coolest people you could be around.
Right. Maintaining Navy SEAL lockers.
Yeah, claymores, deck cord, all this kind of cool. This degree of responsibility that I wasn't finding anywhere in my life. I got in the military, so that elevated purpose and things is I was really thinking that I was putting together a really nice life for myself. And unfortunately. got the hell of the brake and then the nice hooking on the 3.
Yeah, I was trying to keep the one ball up. I really didn't want it to go down. I
wanted to play shape off of that.
Yeah, I wanted it to come off that rail and come up here.
Well, we're looking like the Fargos are flipped so far.
You had one opportunity.
So yeah, again, the ball's real funny for everybody, right? It's just like life here.
It's all right, man. There's a high probability that you're gonna get that you're gonna get a chance here.
Yeah, I'll get a glimpse, maybe. Yeah, so eventually that 10 a.m., 11 a.m. drinking and hanging out at the bars caught up to me, and it was really unfortunate because on the last deployment I was studying for my rate training exam.
A push.
And I got into this place where, I had studied so diligently for my promotion exam, and I took the test and I passed. Basically I was gonna promote. I had 200 questions on the test. I only got 2 wrong. I'd been studying that hard.
Whoa.
And I passed the test. I found out I was promoting, and I went out and celebrated. And I went out and celebrated, and I had some drinks. And eventually the drinks led to the idea that the guy who mentioned that there was some cocaine available was going to be, that's what I wanted to do. And, drinking's okay in the military. Cocaine is not. And so unfortunately, as if fate would have it, the next day after that, I had gone out that night. I got up in the morning. I had to go and run a physical fitness test, which was not a big deal. Not like I stayed up partying all night. I could handle that. I was only 22. What I didn't know was that when I went back to the ship later that morning, which I didn't have to do, I could have gone to my friends, hung out there. I went back to the ship, grabbed some things that I needed from my locker, and I walked onto the ship, and my leading petty officer said, "Conniff, hey, man, we got a urinalysis today. Need you to run downstairs to the they're setting up the urinalysis line with the master in arms, basically the ship security force." And my stomach hit the floor. I knew that there was going to be cocaine in there. I knew that they were going to kick me out. And long story short, about 2.5 months later, I was on my way home from the military with an other than honorable discharge, which was not the worst thing that could happen to me, but
Right.
it also wasn't the best. It meant that I was not going to be getting, I wasn't going to get the GI Bill for college. I wasn't going to get the home loan likely. I wasn't going to get some health care.
Oh, don't do that. I should have put a little bit more top on that. All right, here you go.
Man, all right, see if I can do something with my life here.
Yeah.
Also known as the table.
Right. I do need something to go and. I usually have a whiteboard, but. I think you just got there.
Just enough. Whew. Man, forgetting about how small and tight those pockets are.
They are 4 and 8. For anybody in the chat that is curious, I'm pretty sure we're gonna have some cool connoisseurs pop up here. Oh, you know what? I think there is a way on here to be able to update the store.
Yeah, let's see if we can do one more for good measure.
There it is.
All right, got on the board before I got too far off of it.
Right.
You know how that is in the tournaments, man, when you start letting the opponent get a little up there and then your
You start getting
soul gets crushed.
Yeah, right. Okay. Now it's my turn to rack.
Yeah, so that was I ended up back home in Western Massachusetts, and 2005.
Okay. That was when I graduated. Yeah. Jeez. Okay. So after the military, I'm getting the sense here that with all the effort that you put into the military, that getting basically dishonorably discharged, that really kind of puts you in a strange headspace, a not healthy headspace.
Well, so to clarify, it wasn't dishonorable.
Okay. all right.
Fortunately, that's a little bit further down the scale. If you got to do some,
Okay.
you got to do some stuff worse than I did. But it was definitely things weren't. I'll put it this way: things weren't looking up. There was definitely, you know, if it's not already clear, as drugs and alcohol closed doors for me. You know,
Yeah.
when especially because I couldn't be in a relationship with them skillfully. I couldn't just have a couple drinks and then not decide to do blow. I couldn't just, you know, decide to do it when I wasn't in the military, or, you know, be more, if there's a way to be more skillful and mindful consumption, that was not part of the, wasn't the way that I was living. And so
The relationship that you had with it.
no, so, you know, when I ended up back in Massachusetts, you know, to me, drugs and alcohol still seemed like this is probably still going to be the best thing you can do for yourself now too, you know, which is definitely not the case. But that's the direction I headed very quickly.
Right.
I spent 2 years back in Massachusetts. Found myself within the first year and a half running drugs with a good friend after he got out of prison. He met Better Connects. Call it the instead of the House of Corrections, the House of Connections.
Oh.
And then before I knew it, we were running, you know, larger quantities of heroin and cocaine up to the Canadian border through Vermont and New Hampshire. And that was short-lived, as I found my friend in an overdose on March 7th, 2005, in which I called the police. This was before Narcan, naloxone, what we know is the opioid overdose reversal medication, the nasal spray, intramuscular. People did not carry that very often at that time.
Right. Nice.
Oh, come on. So I found my friend in the overdose. Had my other friend that was at the house. I told him to get all the things that were going to get us arrested when the paramedics and the cops showed up out of the house. And I stayed with my friend. I did the little bit of first responder stuff I was familiar with from the Navy. And that was not enough to save him. And when the cops showed up, I remained handcuffed to a chair. So they searched the house and he died on a stretcher. And that was the beginning of the end of Massachusetts for me. I could not use drugs behind the hardship and frustration and depression I was experiencing behind watching Pat die that day.
Yeah. Well, that puts you in a really, really, really strange headspace too.
Yeah, not helpful.
All right. Sorry. I was doing some.
You're good. I trust you to get us the best quality audio and video we can.
Oh. Well, thankfully, this audio setup right here is working surprisingly well. And so you leave Massachusetts, you head to Cali.
Colorado first.
Colorado.
Yeah. United States traveler for a while there. So I had stayed in pretty close contact with some guys that I had served with, and had a good buddy Timmy, who was originally from another Tim, and still in touch to these days. Good guy, man. He's out in Pennsylvania somewhere. He sees this. Hello, Tim.
Share it on all your.
Yeah, you might even have to tag him, let him know. Hey, man, I was talking about you.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like right now, hop on your phone and share the stream.
Oh yeah, man. Let me get going on that. And,
well, yeah. So Timmy.
So Tim said, "Hey, I got this place out in Colorado." He was living out in Aurora at the time, and he says, "I think I can get you a job, maybe here at the mattress warehouse." And he did, and I ended up actually I was out there. And I ended up getting a job actually getting on a truck pretty quick. And so I started driving 30-foot box trucks with a friend of mine, Ryan, that I became close with. He was from Nebraska. And the beautiful part was, I liked Denver. It was new. I didn't know anybody yet, so I didn't have a sense of myself to get stuck on quite yet. And wasn't really hanging out at the bars. And I got to see a lot of that state within the first 6 months I was there. So I would go all ski towns. We would deliver to these big hotels. We would do these big houses up on the peaks of Breckenridge, Vale, Aspen, Copper Mountain, you name it. Great snowboarding. Great billiards out there too. Used to play a couple places. I used to play weekly tournaments. Used to run a couple tournaments. But then eventually, I hang out at the bars. I didn't have a lot of money in rents. I had rides back and forth to where I needed to go, so I didn't really up my game. Never really transferred my license. I just kept my Massachusetts one. And eventually I met a cocaine connect, and then before you knew it, it was every time that I was at the bar drinking, they'd be quite sure that I'd be using coke after that. And and I'd end up every time that I picked up the booze, every time I picked up any other substance,
Don't do it.
I'd end up being in a place where I'd start thinking about Pat.
Yeah.
Losing Pat, I'd start thinking about losing my military.
PTSD.
Yeah, and then I would compound that by trying to drink and drug it away, which never really happened because then I'd end up hung over the next day, broke, and I'd start remembering all the things I didn't like about me,
Yeah.
when I would use. And then I got in a relationship out there, started kind of small time selling a little bit of coke at the bar, and then eventually I caught a DUI on my girlfriend's birthday, which was
That's not going.
Oh, damn.
I didn't hit it very confidently.
And then pockets love to rattle, man. They ain't too friendly when you don't throw it straight down.
I told you, man, that you gotta
They'll get you.
you gotta be deliberate but accurate. Otherwise, they will kick it back at you and be like, "Try again."
So
Right now, it feels like it's playing a little bit slower than it normally does.
I'm trying to adjust.
Most of the time, this table plays fast.
Let's see. See if we can close out there. Oh, there we
All
go.
right, 2-2.
Yeah, so I caught that DUI, and once again, as I started realizing, geez, like you're really making things complicated, and because I didn't, at that point, as I had already lost the job at the mattress place because I was more into being as close to substances as I could be. Because again, to me, they weren't my problem; they were my solution. Anyways, I met one of my other friends that I was out there with from the military. He was out there too. A friend of mine, Charlie, and said his brother was coming through and was looking for, maybe somebody to travel around with him for a little bit. And I did that. Ended up going up to Wyoming with him for a while. And then eventually never made it back down for the DUI court hearings because I was like, well, out of sight, out of mind.
Right, yeah.
Why not? If it's not my problem if I don't engage it.
Well, as a young person, that's kind of where, we'll go ahead and wrap this up. As a young person, that's what happens. You get a speeding ticket or something along those lines, and you're like, all right. Like, it's almost like you wake up the next day and you're like, it's like, oh, that didn't happen.
Yeah, I feel like I got, endless, renewable energy, lives, and legal circumstances, which is not the case. And then Wyoming proved to be kind of the same thing for me as I got a job as a bartender. We were renting a place 2 doors down from the place I was tending bar at. And before I knew it, I was running dope from Denver to Wyoming because they wanted the stuff that was in Denver, and there was a good opportunity to make money and at least get myself situated. And then I actually out there I met my daughter's mother. We haven't been together for about 7 years, but I met her there working for her dad. And she came to visit from out here. I was no longer using anything other than alcohol, but I was drinking about a fifth of Jack a day. I was waking up. I have the DTs, the delirium tremors, the shakes.
Oh,
I couldn't get out of bed without taking about a 3-4 second tug off of the fifth of Jack. And then I would go to work at the bar all day. And so, good thing for me is I walked to work because it was only 400 yards. People buy you drinks when you're the bartender. Well, cool, I'll have one with you. I'd have a lot. I'd have several.
That's freaking, yeah.
And so very quickly, drinking it became priority number one. It became literally, I clinically couldn't move and function during the day without booze. And in a town of 3,200 people, where there's an oil refinery, This is up in Newcastle, the northeast corner of Wyoming.
Yeah.
You ever seen Close Encounters of the Third Time? It's up there about like Devil's Tower. And you know, for a city slicker kind of guy like me,
Yeah.
you know, it's an interesting way to live. I was off the grid, and it turned into this thing where everything was split shift there. So you'd have guys that would come out, they'd be at the bar at 9 a.m. totally wrecked, and that was normal because they just came off a night shift. So I'm like, man, I can blend right in here. Nobody will ever know.
Right.
And so I worked at 2 bars. You know, I felt like I was drinking myself to death, and then I met who would be my daughter's mother, and I was crumbling things in my life out there. The winters were really harsh. I was realizing I didn't like that much winter. We got snow shutting down the booze delivery into town in mid-September. Well, that was quite the inconvenience for me. And so I ended up on a plane out here to Seattle. And that was 2008. So that is when I made the jump out here to Pacific Northwest.
Nice. Shape on the ones coming up.
There it is, a little love.
Yeah.
So 2008 starts the leg of the Pacific Northwest, you know, which would kind of, we'll really see the best and worst of times to come.
All right, you're starting to warm up.
Hoping.
Ooh, look at this guy.
I like the way your table banks are open.
Let's go. Banks are open. All right, be civil. Okay. So for anybody who's watching in the chat on YouTube, we have a question. So we'll go ahead and propose that right after this shot.
Yeah.
So if you're on Facebook, you can go ahead and comment. So the question that we have right now for everybody to just kind of chew on is, what do you think is missing from our homelessness and behavioral health response systems? Oh, that ball thought.
Man, yeah. Wasn't sold.
All right.
All right.
Okay, so now 3-2. But
Not my self-esteem is where it needs to be.
yeah, you hit that bank in. You hit that bank in. Nice. So that was a good break and run.
Oh, that's right. Jeez, yeah. Thank you.
Dude, nice job. I got some work to do. My next opportunity. I need to. It should be. What was it like? I missed that last one. That last shot.
Yeah, man. Rattled too.
Yeah. Technically, I should have gotten out in that one. But you did what you were supposed to do. Play to the table. You got it.
Thinking about that next move.
Yeah.
What the best version of myself do right now.
Exactly.
Which is kind of the theme of trying to live this life differently than a lot of what I'm talking about too. It's thinking from that place, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean but learning from your experiences and from your life, it's, you know, you're able to look at the table and see how well it relates to life and the struggles, and, you know, taking what you're given, and you can either play the right shot, or you can go wild child, just hope that it works out.
Yeah, sometimes the right shot is playing it safe, right? It's not, there's not this tangible, really beautiful, rad outcome that I want right now too, which is, you know, I'm going to talk more about this, is the biggest problem for me along the way in my substance use over the years is conflating the idea of pleasure with long-term happiness and joy, right?
Oh,
you know, it's really thinking through like I don't like what I'm feeling over here because let's say when I got kicked out of the service, right? So, well, you know, quick fix to that is, you know, do a line and have a couple of drinks, you'll feel pretty good right away. Yeah. But, you know, nothing lasts, right? So we're really talking about the nature of impermanence. It's a lot to do with my spiritual practices, is I've got to have a right-sized, appropriate relationship with reality, is knowing that everything is in a constant state of flux. Everything's on loan, right?
Right. Yeah.
You know, even the things I love, my pool cues, you know, my vehicles, the things that I do, it's all on loan. None of it really belongs to me.
Yeah.
Well, what I really own are my actions, because that's the shit I'm chewing on when I'm, you know, when I'm out there in the thick of things and I'm not liking myself. Is what I really don't like is the things that I've done. It's the way that I show up. It's the way that I let people down, including myself, right?
Yeah.
So trying to get a better understanding of that. What is the best version of myself to now with the wisdom that I've gained of living the way that wasn't so skillful over the years, you know?
Yeah. So you come here, come to Washington. In early 2000s.
2008 to be exact. I landed here in SeaTac. I lived in Seattle, Queen Anne, when it was, I don't know, when I could have afforded to live there, I guess.
Hey, well, it's not to detract, but some people that I've known that have had a habit, man, they can afford to live a lot of places. It is amazing the amount of money that you can get or be able to save if you wanted to.
Oh yeah, I've done some of that math. It's really, it's quite interesting and sometimes heartbreaking. You know, if I had stopped doing this 8 years ago, you know, what I might have. But yeah. So yeah, 2008, I get here and I get into produce, which I actually really loved. It became a big passion of mine.
Like kale, right?
Yeah, that came a little bit later, but I got in
Right.
my first week here. I came for a visit to see who would be my daughter's mother, my partner at the time, and she was working for somebody down on the cobblestone. It's like, you know, midsummer down in Fight Place Market. And I end up down there slinging garlic and potatoes and stuff over the weekend. And I mean, I love, you know, locally grown stuff. I grew up with a lot of Italian cuisine being cooked in my family, so like Mediterranean type stuff. And then seeing, you know, man, there's all these farms, such an agriculturally rich state, right? We got, I mean, everything from, you know, the marine harvest of seafood to, you know, meat over on the eastern Washington side in these, you know, these co-ops, these sustainable practices, grass-fed goodies, and then all the damn farms you got everywhere. So I got really into the produce scene and I became a wholesaler. And man, my first couple of years here in Washington were actually pretty good. I used to play pool at a place called Jillian's. It used to be down there in East Lake.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's called Art Marble 21 now, but man, they had 15 or 20 gold crown 9-footers, and I used to be down there with these old timers that used to play a lot of straight pool, 14-1 in one pocket. So I'd take my computer, I'd walk down there from Upper Queen Anne, and then I'd go down to Jillian's about 1 or 2 in the afternoon, and I'd go in there and I'd hang out with these guys, and I'd have my laptop set up, and I'd wait for produce orders to come in, and then I'd send them off to the farm or to the orchard, and then I'd play pool there all afternoon, and then I'd do some deliveries a couple other days. I really wasn't drinking. I hadn't used Coke in a long time, which was really a blessing to me. And then we got serious about trying to have a kid, and what ended up kind of transpiring is about 2010 we got pregnant, my daughter's mother and I, and she ended up having a miscarriage about 4.5 months in.
Yeah.
Shortly after that, I got word that one of my cousins that was also a Navy vet, he had gone down to Peru and on a trip that he invited me and another cousin on, and he got murdered down there. And it was deeply unexpected. He had been in special warfare in the Navy. He did SEAL delivery. He was what they called a special warfare combatant craft crewman. So he was a crazy guy, do riverine warfare, jumping out of planes, all kinds of other things. And that happened, and I had to go home to Massachusetts for the services. And following the miscarriage, it was like I went home and I saw my cousins, my friends, everybody had kids, they had families. People had been 5, 7 years in their jobs at those times. I hadn't really much of anything. On paper, I didn't really look good. I have this old DUI hanging out of Colorado. I actually I couldn't be a licensed driver. My Massachusetts driver's license was on hold now. Nice cut.
Oh, but am I gonna
Getting all the way down there, huh? Doing the most.
navigate through everything now?
Yeah, so I ended up, I went back there and I was there for about 4 or 5 days. It was a short trip, but came back with a renewed desire to, you know, hey, we're going to try again for a kid. You know, was really wanted to get things moving on that. I felt like maybe that would be the thing that would kind of save my ass a little bit. And but unfortunately, at the same time, I had all those fresh resentments. I had to relive the stuff with Pat. I saw some other friends that were doing worse after Pat's overdose. And then again, it's feeling like I had lost so many opportunities in my life, closing doors with the substances. And it just kind of turned into a thing where still is my daughter's mother, you know, was carrying her through the pregnancy. I was still doing the produce wholesaling. But then I kind of have this impending fear, dude, you don't even know the first thing about taking care of yourself. I could be a dad. You don't have a license. And then next thing you know is I kind of found myself back into the old behaviors before my daughter was even born. I'm a coke dealer again. I was drinking heavy again, and can't blame it on the trip altogether, but I just didn't have the skillfulness and the tactfulness to deal with life on life's terms. Touch a class there. So there had been along the lines of on the way to 2011 when my daughter was born, I had taken a quick reprieve down to a break from the relationship after the miscarriage before my cousin's murder down in Peru. I went down to Southern California. My folks at that point had retired down there to the Inland Empire between kind of Temecula and Palm Springs in the desert, and went down, spent some time with them. And
all right, hold on, chat. I got to move in.
There we go.
That isn't really too bad.
I would say probably in there more now. So yeah, so I went down to Cali for a little bit. And the folks were down there, you know, kind of under the premise of being help them out, play a lot of pool. At the clubhouse is the place where my dad stayed on these, these double wide fixed trailer locations. It was like kind of everything where my folks were staying. Is that everybody had clubhouses and pool tables and stuff like that. So
my bad.
So I ended up out there and came back, and then shortly before my daughter was born, I had a big argument with my daughter's mother, and as it would be, as I got uncomfortable, and when I get uncomfortable, I need to take a drink, and so I left again. And I went down to California. I was down there for several months, and
nice. Uh-oh.
Stay there.
Oh my God.
Safety
pockets.
Sorry, not sorry.
All right, man. I like it. I'm just hoping that I'm going to be able to return the favor and put you in just as
something as
tight of a
crappy. Yeah, so that turned into I was down there during the last months of my daughter's pregnancy, my daughter's mother's pregnancy with my daughter, and I ended up being able to get it together to come up here around the time that we thought that it was probably going to be a C-section. I could probably be here, position myself to be here for the birth, and then go down there, pack my stuff up, come back up, and try to be in my daughter's life. And
try to be a father.
Yeah, and and as I would have it is I came up here, and because I hadn't been around for a little bit.
Stay.
Oh,
no.
wow.
Oh wow. Oh, that was
I'll try to get in there. Yeah. Let me see if I can get at that first, and I'll pick up where I left off.
Yeah.
This is one of those deserves more than half of my attention, right?
Sitting here telling my life story, and you're over here running.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, I don't want people to have to tell a story about how crappy the shop went from there, so. Not close enough. So I ended up taking it. I was down in Federal Way, and my daughter was due to be. We were going to go into the hospital, probably start the C-section the next day.
St. Joe's.
I forget where we were going to head to, but I don't think we were going to do it in Federal Way. I think it was set scheduled for Seattle. But I had a disagreement with my ex's father, who was there at the time. He used to be my boss at the bar out there in Wyoming, and he was here to try to, and he had been in recovery for a long time, and gave me some words about the, just about my not being present and those things. And of course that.
Do you think that he saw the writing on the wall?
Oh, he did. He knew it. He knew I had issues with drinking. I was out there in Wyoming, 3 years earlier, and trying to be helpful to me. And at this point, as I wasn't even a help to myself, to anybody around me, and he said those few things to me, and then I took off and I took a drink, and as usual, the drink took me. And before I knew it, I don't even remember, but next thing you know, I was on a plane the next morning back to California, as if I wasn't having a kid who was coming later that day, and I was landing in Palm Springs, and the only thing I could do was take a drink and get more drugs, because I sure as hell couldn't live in my skin, and realizing now you miss the opportunity to be present for the birth of your daughter. It's something I try to forgive myself for, and it's something that's still not coming quite the way I would like it to.
Right.
And so I found myself back down in Cali, looking at pictures of my kid that I wasn't there for. And about 2 more months went by. And that was during a brief window when I was, I guess we'll touch on that. I was prospecting for a 1% motorcycle club down there, without saying any names, as I was finding community with a group of people that were drinking, drugging, running guns, doing all the things that I, found myself, having
This is like being in the military.
Yeah, again, wherever you go, there you are, and there's your people.
Yeah.
So, a lot of pool, a lot of playing, outlaw mentality. So,
Don't scratch.
oh man, and I'm like, he's got the gift of position, and
Oh, I didn't put enough right spin on that ball. I needed to check it just enough. All right, so that's what, 4-2 down.
all right. So I I had those. I was kind of competing with that a little bit. We had a sergeant at arms. There was a murder beef going on down there at the time.
Yeah.
The club was involved in before my proximity to it, so they wanted the sergeant at arms to get out of town for a little while. So he had some experience. He was a veteran like myself. He was in the Marine Corps post 9/11, and he had some experience driving trucks. He came up here, got into the produce thing with me, and kind of the prospecting thing fell off as I decided to move towards the family thing. Grateful for the club for saying if family's not going to be happy, well, this family's not going to be happy. Club, and so I ended up, turning the patches in. My buddy was up here for about a year with me. He went back down to Cali after that, and I was still doing the produce wholesaling. My daughter was now born. I was in her life. I got back together with her mother, and but I still had the mentality from the club, from the drugs, and I couldn't shake it. I couldn't shake the substance use. I couldn't shake my relationship to substances. Couldn't shake the relationship to my child's mother, that when we got into disputes, my tactic was to run. And that would be what I would do, is I would get the paycheck on a Sunday from the boss from the farm, and somehow just wouldn't make my way home. I'd end up with the coke dealers. I'd end up at the bar. I spent most of the money tearing the life down for my family, and breaking a lot of trust, and that went on like that for a couple of years before things really came to a head.
Oh, wow.
Love.
Dude, you popped it so good, the rack went and got angry. I
Ruffled its.
I'm afraid to say that it may have got involved.
Yeah, I think it did. Yeah. If I can look for somebody to blame or something to blame on this, that's kind of.
Yeah.
I still got to look out for that. That's where the mind goes to. It's
Right.
anything but me, right? So.
Yeah. So turned into patches, came back up here. So you were doing the produce thing.
Yeah, I was, so the kid, I have my daughter. Ione was born April 2nd, 2011. Man, well, went on doing the produce wholesaling through 2014. We had an experience though in the end of 2013, I think it was. We took my daughter down to Hawaii. One of my brothers had a place down there at the time.
Yeah.
I
was trying to bring that one ball right here.
I thought you might have had different plans for it.
There was definitely some different plans.
Again, right, as it's kind of, life shows up, right? The pool table shows you that.
Exactly. I didn't plan it on it, no. Ooh.
Get there.
You got some body English in on that. Oh,
Hey, oh, woo, woo. I was like, I gotta stop. I can't look at the 9-ball that close. I'll get greedy. Ooh. Oh, wow. Really gonna be working here, huh?
Yeah. Oh boy, 2-railer?
Yeah, I don't.
Ooh,
here.
Never playing.
Well, I'm glad the 3 balls on that side of the knife.
Yeah, it's 4 balls on a bad spot. I don't think it goes.
Yeah, there's not really much of anything without busting that out. I mean, it'll go somewhere, but maybe not in pocket.
I mean, if I can get above it, it'll shoot down to the corner. Actually, that is a bad move. If I can get this 3-ball down, up angle, I think they come up around the backside.
Oh yeah, get a glimpse on it from that side. Yeah. And if everything does exactly what I'd like it to do.
Right. Well, the big thing here is speed, because I'm not going to be shedding a lot of speed of hitting the 3-ball.
No, you can get around everything just right. The nice little drift right up onto that.
A little tickle of right spin here, and don't go in the pocket. Here we go. Not quite the plan I had in mind.
Hey, you're over on this side, but that's good enough for government work.
Yeah. Well, I wanted it to come up this way to come more in line with the shot, as opposed to whatever path that was.
Right.
A very shallow path. And my shot making skills just
It's all right. It's all right.
just failed me there. I wasn't super confident. All right, nice little bank to the safe.
Ooh, man. Well, I've been able to make some of those on my table. I thought, well, then I'd be over there for the 5.
The angles are about the same between the two. There's a few where the cue ball, if you have a bunch of spin, it'll like arc a little bit.
Yeah, especially if they get up like on a high cut.
Yeah, you start putting a bunch of force through it. On.
Oh dear. All right. Let's see.
Oh, nice touch.
I'm happy to get on it. That's it.
Now let's see if I can actually run out now.
Yeah,
I wasn't super confident on making the 4, getting the shot on the 5. And so I just kind of half-heartedly shot it.
I get it, man. It's sometimes it's literally as getting on it is the best we can do.
Yeah. All right, now. Let's see here. Come on, Tim. Needed the angle. Now I should be able to wrap around.
There you go. Yeah, let me see. So that was 2013. We took that trip to Hawaii, and that was another place where after a couple days there, I had a difference with my daughter's mother on something. I took a drink. I went to a bar somewhere away from where we were staying, and I shot.
No.
Don't do that. And then I missed the flight. I missed the flight back with everybody.
Oh.
From Hawaii to here. So wasn't with my daughter, wasn't with my mother-in-law, wasn't with my daughter's mom. I woke up in my brother's place,
Yeah.
They were gone. I realized that I had missed the flight. And my brother's like, dude, I got somebody else coming to rent the place. I had to spend 3 days on the beach, get the ticket refigured. I had to borrow some money from my parents. So this was late 2013, I think.
Yeah.
Early 2013 during tax season. And then things really started getting ugly. I started developing a relationship with heroin. And I had never become an IV drug user because of the friends I had lost to intravenous drug use of the needle.
Yeah.
So at the time, black tar heroin was really popular here. You could smoke it off a tin foil. So it was something that the fixings of just, the paraphernalia was easier to hide. It wasn't something where, somebody might come across an orange cap.
Yeah.
From a needle or something. I felt it was a little bit easier to kind of hide it. I was on the road all the time with the produce wholesaling.
Don't get underneath. Don't go in the pocket. Uh-oh, I'm done.
Oh man, woo! Flirting with disaster.
Oh, I'm flirting with
The nipples.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all. Man, those are tight. Jeez. Bad it's your
This
table.
well, I know, but this is where I was talking about. Like, I haven't played in a while. It's showing the little things that you do to control the cue ball to keep it from landing in a spot like this.
Yeah.
Right. That you think of like during a shot like that. Like, I know better. I know I need to put a little bit of check side on it so that it comes this way. But you got to be deliberate with it. You can't just like half-heartedly.
Yeah, and you can't be slowly chipping away at the shape that you need, overplaying on the shots and working too hard. It does, because it's, next you're banking a shot, jumping a shot, the position's like out the window. You're just happy to get on it.
Right. I was in the perfect. I got kind of over there.
Yeah.
And then I shot that shot. I was like, all right, I know I can get closer, but I don't want to. It's so easy to fall out of the line of the shot.
Oh yeah.
Whereas if I go for a safe area to land in, which was right off the rail.
And we're playing 9-ball with less traffic on the table than 8-ball too.
Right, yeah.
So it's, sometimes more intentionally on the safety plays, but when you get that accidental defense on yourself, it's a little overrated.
Yeah. But I'm just like, okay, just make the ball. Focus on making it.
Yeah.
Position will come. Position can.
Yeah, pocket speed.
I did. I hit it perfect pocket speed. So, all right. Now.
Yeah, so that took a few days to get me back up here. And once I made it back things really started crumbling pretty quick.
Oh. All right.
Yeah, so it's between 2013 through the fall of 2014. It was I have this secret of my life now too, is like, the cocaine use was kind of known. The alcohol use was very clear. This new little relationship I had with heroin was definitely something that nobody was expecting. And I managed to keep that under wraps for a pretty good period of time.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Focus on this for a second.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man. Yeah. Got a little spicy there. All right, can you get it? Oh, yeah. Uh-oh.
Oh, wow. Man, I didn't expect that to heat it up on the side.
I was worried about it. I saw the angle coming off.
Yeah.
But with how tight these pockets are, there's a chance that it catches the point.
Does that put us at 4-3?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a lot better than 5-2.
Yeah. It's funny how that works, right?
I missed I think I missed the 9-ball, or I scratched right before 9-ball. So it's the universe balancing things out, right? Are we missing a ball?
No, they're right there. Funny game though,
Yeah. But I mean, that goes. There's a lot of relations, just like we were talking about with Jeremy and Shanna from the Remix Racing Project, one of our previous podcasts, how he's able to tie in lessons that he learns from the racetrack, motorcycles, to life.
Yeah.
To where even those who aren't really into motorcycles can relate.
Yeah, yeah.
And a lot with pool is the same. You get what you put into it.
Well, so you look at it like metaphors and analogies that, like, again, I always say, packaging is important, right? Because it's how I position something to one person might not make sense about pool, but I talk to you about it.
Yeah.
I might even catch the reference, when it comes to bikes, those kind of things. And
that happens with kids too. Like,
oh, yeah.
I don't know how many times I went and I was talking to my son about something, like just trying to show him something or teach him, something, right? Whatever it may be, right? Could have been, for a simple reference, riding a bicycle, right?
Yeah,
learning how to ride without training wheels, right? Like, here's your brakes. This is how you go. You just gotta ride. Just pedal. Think you'll figure it out.
Yeah.
He's like,
Oh yeah, yeah.
No. One of my friends comes over, and he was like, it's just like running. You don't fall over. Your feet don't just fall off underneath you. So just pedal.
I never even thought about that, right?
Just trust it. Almost delivered it the same way, but like you said, it's packaging.
That frame of reference is actually the idea of, don't worry, it'll balance you. I get the idea where I have no frame of reference for what that uncertainty is going to be like, but I do know what the running thing is, and it's a perfect example of packaging, how important it is. And, we can talk about this is why when we say something to somebody about, why don't you try this resource for your behavioral health?
Yeah.
It's not that people aren't willing. There are those people out there at times that aren't willing for certain things, but not starting at that place and being like, has anybody ever positioned it to you this way? Right. It's like if I were to draw a 6 right here, I could argue with you all day it's a 6. It's a 9. Yeah. It's a 9 because it's perspective, packaging, right? And it's like we want to be effective with people as they think about what about my delivery isn't working?
Right. Yeah.
What am I not thinking about? New eyes, fresh eyes. We talk about when you do partners on this kind of on a game like this or a track or something like that. What didn't I see? What's missing, right? And camaraderie and community is somebody else not the sage on the stage, but the guy on the side, the person that, let me walk alongside you with this. Let's talk about this. Let's look at this together. I feel less alone. I feel like I got somebody else. It's amazing how things all of a sudden can take this shift, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
And so it is. It's really this just guides to good living. And not and if you got all the extracurricular activities that I have of like substance use and behavioral health, and even better is you're going to find even more value in that. But again, it's the parenting stuff too. Is there's no handbook for that stuff, right?
No.
And having the issue with somebody else, I used to go to the top spots or the play dates at the libraries and those things. And, I'm having this issue with my kid. Oh my God, we went through that. Here's what you got to do.
Yeah. I mean, in the community, right?
Yeah.
And everybody, like you talk to enough people and you get enough different perspectives.
Sure.
Perspectives for those lessons, those things that we learn. I'm going to try this right there, I think. That will work. Yeah. So we're having a good conversation, and I want to make sure that we've got multiple. So if you're just joining the live stream, this video will be posted with multiple camera angles from our conversation here this week. But all right. So just in case anybody's new joining in, you don't know what we're talking about, what we're doing here, why we're talking about topics that usually aren't very friendly online. This is Joe Conniff, author.
Doing the share right now.
Yeah. Author, freaking mental health, addiction, recovery advocate.
Person in. Yeah.
Person he's also a pool player. He rode motorcycles at one point in his life.
Short stint. Be nice to get back to that soon.
Yeah. But here with the Ducati dads, one of our big focuses is destigmatizing mental health and addiction, recovery, and we've partnered up with the Remix Racing Project, a Moto America Super Hooligan team, and you can check them out. Remix Recovery, and yeah, so we've got Joe here. He's telling us about his life. He's got a book. He's got relations with some super influential people in this world, both here in the Pacific Northwest and outside of the Pacific Northwest. And we've posed a question to the chat about homelessness. Let me pull that up one more time.
Yeah, we're about to get into a sweet spot of where my life starts to turn into the process of recovery.
Yeah.
So we're right there ramping up. We'll talk about systems, how I got out, the work that we do. And so, I think it's a great opportunity for folks to think about the systems you're familiar with, your response systems for homelessness and behavioral, knowing that every region you go, every municipality, every corner of the country, every corner of the globe too, is you have different resources, different funding streams, different advocacies, different political things shaping the narrative and resources. And so again, is being able to talk about, storytelling is important about what works, but also what works for me and not work for somebody else. And so getting versed in what's out there, how we can support people, even without money and big resources like treatment places, is ways that we can tangibly show up for somebody and make a difference in the life of our community right here, just like over these conversations over some 9-ball.
Yeah. And that is what we are doing right now, just so that if you are a pool player or you're wondering why we're talking about these topics right now, that is why, because we wanted this to be a very casual conversation, a conversation that, is often really feared. It's a topic that most people shy away from, and it can be a really tough topic.
It's friendly competition on the table, heavy subject matter. It is yeah. Because we realize, we see the fragility of the human experience. We see our own potential. I don't like the term defects too much, but since I don't have something else to use, is a lot of times to see something in ourselves and somebody else that's going through it too. Seeing that could be me if I don't get this thing under control.
Straighten myself up. Right?
Yeah, if I don't address this complexity I'm dealing with, this mental health matter that's arising, this anxiety, this depression, this coping mechanism that I'm leaning on a little too heavily, it's costing me my livelihood, my relationships with the people I care about, because I'm unpredictable. These were all hallmarks of my experience. And I think a lot of times people want to be heard. Other people want help. Finding ways to do so is complex in an uncertain world and uncertain times, but we can always be kind and compassionate with boundaries, with accountability. I broke laws. I did a lot of things. I needed to answer and atone for some of that stuff. We'll talk a little bit about that too. That was some heavy stuff for a while.
Yeah. And I'm just clearing up a few things real quick here that I want to take care of, because I think that it will be good for the presentation. There we go. And now, take this guy and move it over there. Okay, so now we are moving into the next phase of your life, which
it gets ugly before it gets pretty.
Yeah.
That's uglier.
You're
ready?
That's where, yeah, dude, there we go. Now look at that.
Okay.
Look behind you.
Oh, okay. There it is.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize this big black screen back there.
All right,
There's a
so
little, here we go.
yeah, so now here we're at 4-3 here on the table for everybody who's just now joining us. Joe's about ready to get into some of the juicy parts of his life.
We're going to talk about bobbing them out over in downtown Seattle.
Yeah.
So, man, yeah, thanks again for this conversation, these games today, man. This is it's always a pleasure to be able to talk about, it's difficult to think about coming out of that place, and it's also there's somebody else in that place right now that, and I know needs to hear a story that says, shit, that's the way I use. That's the things that I did. I can make it out too. And so it's 2014. I come back from Hawaii 3 days late because I took a drink. And now, it's heading into the off season of from the farm. This is a farm on Lower Yakima Valley. Very much seasonal. It gets cold as hell over there in the winter, snows. All that stuff. And
Getting a little too excited about that.
yeah. I was like, man, I'm gonna throw that 9-ball through something. So it's 2014. I'm working part-time into the off season. Also, the off season from the farm would generally start. It would start really slowing down about September, October. The weather started getting cold over in central Washington, and I'd start usually finding something to do seasonally. Just through the winter. I do some food service, maybe some other stuff. And so I end up, I'm making juice part-time, like cold pressed juices part-time at this place over in Magnolia.
Oh.
And so I'm doing that. And I've got this daily heroin routine of mine that's slowly going from about $30 or $40 to, it finally made its way up to about 150 a day. And unfortunately, it was because of my drinking, an argument with my daughter's mother. I managed to pick up a domestic violence charge in 2014. And I understand that might have some difficult landing for some folks. I'm talking about the reality of the places that my drinking and drugging took me. I won't get into the details, but I became a vehicle resident overnight. I lost my place to stay. Just naturally. It was I came out of jail and they're like, you can't live at that house anymore. Yeah. Even though I was on the lease, and I started living out of my work van for this last month or so. And I'm taking showers at the Y every day. I'm literally living at the bar, doing my wholesale orders from the bar down in Berrien. A little north from up this way.
Yeah.
And then the season comes to an end, and I have no money for any of this drug use that I'm doing, and I'm pretty much unemployable because I have this. I can't get out of bed every day without the heroin, and so I start collecting bad checks from my old accounts. So I get about 2 months worth of mileage out of that. And then it all comes crashing down. Somebody catches on to me and they say, I never actually received this stuff. This is not my invoice. And word travels like wildfire that I'm up to no good. People think there's something going on with me, which there was. And I basically I ran as hard as I could. I ended up living up on Aurora Avenue with my heroin dealer at the time, until I got robbed at gunpoint up there by like 4 big pack Islanders. Like a knife fight, I got back of my arm slashed open, and I decided I couldn't live in between 4 walls anymore. I needed to go live outdoors. And so I made my way up to 3rd Avenue in downtown Seattle, an area known as the Blade, an open air drug market. And I figured that's where I was going to probably die eventually. Oh, man, not good.
Scratch?
Yeah, got a little greedy. That's all right. So
look at everything over there, but so got a little hemmed up then, huh?
I found myself, I was living in. I used to sleep in Post Alley, down there in between Pike Place and the waterfront, off of Western Ave. I used to sleep on stoop across from a place called Post Alley Pizza. Try to stay up off of where the water would run down. I'd hear the rats, running all around me down there by the waterfront. And I survived out of doors, stealing from stores, vehicle prowling, all kinds of things I'm not proud of. It was because I had no resources. I was unemployed.
Survive.
Yeah, and it was every day getting up, and feeling the illness of opioid withdrawal. And at all costs, it didn't matter. I'll do whatever it was going to take. And man, I sure did. And we became aware that they were starting to set up mobile precincts. They were really getting tired of the open air drug market down there. And I would sell anywhere from 30 to 40 $10 bags of heroin a day, to keep a dealer, to keep me with heroin in my pocket so I wouldn't get physically sick from the opioid withdrawal. I might be able to afford a couple things to eat. Once in a while, I'd have some good days. I may be able to get a motel and go take a shower. That didn't really happen that often. I mean, that last year I was arrested 8 times for warrants related to the domestic violence charge. I also, and then I finally got picked up on a nice shot. Finally got picked up on a charge for selling heroin to an undercover officer. I didn't even know it had happened. They had some confidential informant come up to a friend of mine and say, "Do you know anybody who's got any heroin?" I says, "Yep, I got somebody." And they brought this guy to me. The guy was working for the cops. They had his sleeve was mic'd up and had a camera in it.
Uh-oh.
Nice out.
I thought the cue ball was, yeah, I did. I thought the cue ball was about to straighten up and just come down me. Now only if I can keep from scratching off the brake, I might be able to get a brake in.
There you go.
Hi. I'm getting excited there. Man, I played a
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know. So I mean, you outed yourself.
yeah.
Those brakes were looking like the guy who's been playing with it.
And some things you don't lose.
Right?
Yeah, I can hit it hard. Controlling it afterwards, though. Right now, I gotta dial it back a little bit.
It's like golf, right? It's a drive for show, putt for dough.
Yeah, right. Hey, man, I putted that non-ball in pretty.
Yeah, I thought I was putting too. Putted the other thing right up into the corner pot, another side pot.
Right.
My last one.
Yeah, one of the things I've noticed on this table and on other tables is you don't need as much force as you think you need.
Yeah, even like 75%, 70% sometimes is even on a 9-footer, dude.
Yeah.
If you, I notice when I stay down on my brake on my table, I can almost always drill the one into the side and get one of the wing balls.
Yeah.
And then I have shape on something by put a little bit of
Like
low center and keep it up at this end of the table, and at least there's.
And that's why I like to try to pop it a little bit. Put more like a stun stroke on it, or it's just like a.
I used to do it when I used to play a lot of bar box pool in Colorado. I'd play every day over there, and I have my own cue. I used to win these tournaments. I played 9-ball, and I used to put a lot of top spin on.
Yeah.
And it was almost guaranteed I could, 1 out of 5 times drill a 9 into the corner, and the cue ball would come up and down the middle of the table.
Oh, okay.
And it was like at least on it until getting into having a 9-foot and realizing there's ways to play different shape on the brake.
Yeah.
Is you're responding to literally the landscape, the milieu that you're in. I try to figure
Well,
out.
it doesn't matter if you can hit them hard, make a ball. If you can't see anything afterwards, a lot of guys, you see them come up and they're just they just freaking throw everything that they've got in a leg, like they're jumping up in the air. They're putting their whole
Or they're
body.
doing a bank shot, but they don't need. Did you see that bank? I said, yeah, but I don't see the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's just
It's fun, dude. But at some point, let's get into some theory and like.
Well, it's like you got a duck sitting there right outside the pocket, like I think it was the 2-ball earlier that we were playing when we were.
Yeah.
I could see it. I could make it if I wanted to, but the 3-ball was buried down there, and the risk that I would have taken trying to go 4 rails down there, I hope like hell I land in a spot and I bumped the 3 to where I have a shot afterwards. Just wasn't lucrative to me, so I figured I'd kick the 2-ball around the table a little bit. See what would happen. I mean, it worked out.
Discretion is a big part of it, and it's shot selection, and it's even like is this that overcoming indecisiveness, right? There's so much to like to just real life in this, right? Is it,
Right.
you know, what is my decision-making process? Now go ahead and get into a tournament where you got shot clock and stuff to it.
Right.
Really spice things up.
And now there kind of relates to some of the decisions, like you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Like you get into an argument, your go-to, as opposed to taking accountability for whatever was going on between you and your spouse at the time. You were like, I need a drink. I don't even want to think about this. So
Yeah, and people say, well, that's a choice. I say, but when you spend as much time as somebody who develops a compulsive behavior like this is, you know, the power of choice is actually removed. And that's, you know, we can talk about some of those things as the frameworks in which people think it's a disease, it's a choice, it's a little bit of everything at the end of the day.
is
You know,
being
but
human a disease?
there's you know what I like to say is there's the dis-ease in being human. It's
Yes.
you know, not to pathologize it, but there is a dis-ease that comes in the human experience. I don't like this shit I'm feeling, and I want anything other than this.
Right.
You know, and now everybody understands that. Everybody's got the call you didn't want. Dude, why right now? Couldn't you just wait until next week?
Exactly.
You know, dude, the floods, come on, like maybe next month. You know, the inconvenience of traffic, you know, and it's like, of course, if it ever came on our time, we'd never confront it anyway. You know,
Exactly.
so it's okay, look at that innovation right there. I like that. Who the hell needs one of those little things that the referees have when you got a good piece of chalk?
Man, you know, I was watching this stream from the Philippines.
Yeah.
They did this.
I mean, it's
definitely
the same
not from my
concept.
own, you know, from my own, but even they're playing pool, a big covered tent
Oh, yeah.
outside.
I had a buddy in Southern California. His dad was the fire chief, the battalion chief down there for like, I don't know, it was like Inland Empire Fire and Rescue. And he had these fruit trees out in his backyard, nice piece of property. You know, he's making pretty good money. And he had a 7-foot diamond under this gazebo thing with misters on the corners. We used to go over there and pull oranges and grapefruits off of the tree and be getting misted playing the 9-foot diamond. It was beautiful. And it was too hot to play anywhere else. Yeah, so it was man, I was out there doing those little hustles to sell dope, to keep dope in my pocket. And you know, and surviving out there was really interesting because there's a lot of people be like, you know, it's terrible, there's a lot of violence, and there's also, you know, absolutely right, there is a lot of violence, and there's also a lot of people that understand the way that I was suffering that could normalize that for me. And I felt like at least I had somebody that understood me because the rest of the world didn't at that time.
Right. Oh. Oh, slow down.
Had to try.
Yeah.
I was like, if I can force it enough and it reverses the bank, but
Yeah. No, definitely it had opportunity.
oh yeah, there was something there.
All right, now I need to create 2 angles to get over here, create another angle to get here. But this might be where overthinking things gets me in trouble.
Oh yeah.
Jeez. Yep, it didn't grab. I needed to put bottom. I thought that might have put
I saw the cue position and you're my opponent, so sorry. So it's like,
Yeah.
don't be friendly, and I'm like, that's for him to learn.
Well, so sometimes put top left on that, it'll bring it out straighter to come across is what
Oh,
I'm looking
yeah.
for, right?
And you're trying to stay on one side of the ball or the other.
Yeah. Whereas if I put bottom, there's a chance I pull it without even trying because of how thin it was going to come over here. I didn't want to shoot that.
Yeah, I do that on those shots a lot too. Is I like to play the angle a little bit for the shape, but then if I hit it, you know, when I actually pull the trigger on the cue,
Yeah.
and then if I hit outside of where I want to, and that gets kick off of the rail, then it doesn't throws it into the other. Oh yeah, I didn't see that coming. You know,
Right.
It's-
But now I got a 2-way.
yeah.
Right. Send the 5, run into the 9, and pull an effort raise and be like, I'm so lucky.
Right. Yeah. The more I practice, the luckier I get.
Yeah. I mean, the angle's there. It's definitely there. But got to focus on making the 5 ball.
Yeah, I like to get greedy too. I get it. I've won some league stuff for like the most early out nines, but then I also didn't have the most 9 wins.
Right, yeah.
After that, it's a catch-22.
It is. Well, I mean, you got to take what's given to you, and I made a mistake, didn't get where I wanted, and this is what it left me.
Yeah.
So now I'm like, well, let's see what happens here. Okay, and I messed up.
Let's see if that'll play favorably for me.
Right. See? Life lesson.
Oh, man, come on. Not helpful.
And, look at this guy. Shake
Dang.
over here.
Dang.
All right, so the next part.
Oh yeah, we're shaping up for an arrest. So for the last one. So yeah. So man, what was that? April. I forget the date, but it was April 2014, and I'm walking down the street on 3rd Avenue one morning, and what was unknown to me is that they had sent a confidential informant 2 months earlier to buy heroin from me. It was known that I might be a known drug dealer out there, not Pablo Escobar, nothing big like that, but they wanted to do something with me, and so I end up I'm walking down the street that morning, and I'm passing 3rd and Pike. And I'm walking with this guy, and it's wild because he was actually in the news recently. He just had a shootout with the cops in Belltown about 6 months ago, right out of prison. I can't even believe it was in broad daylight, So this is the kind of people I was spending time with. And I'm walking down 3rd Avenue, and all of a sudden this big Suburban just comes shooting out from across the street, and it comes over, and these guys come jumping out of it, throw me against the Starbucks wall right there. Major Crimes Task Force, and they've got me on this old this old buy and slide that they did back in February. Nice out. So they pull me in. They tell me, hey, you're wanted in a drug investigation, and so when they get me and they find crack on me. So then now I catch a new charge on that day.
Oh no.
So you hear about these, these things where they come in, they give you marked money, and they buy, and then you go around the corner and they get you. Well, they didn't do that with me. What they were doing is they were doing buy slides. Is they give somebody the buy money, and then they'd have cops up in these buildings all along 3rd Avenue taking photos and the audio of the drug deals. And so I'm sitting there wondering, dude, when the hell did I sell drugs to an undercover officer? Right? I'm like, dude, I've been selling all these guys I know out here. And so then they take me down to the precinct. They got me in cuffs, and they're telling me, yeah, we got you back in February. They show me the pictures coming out of the guy's sleeve of my face, putting the dope in his hand, and I'm like, oh, you sneaky shit.
So I want to be mad at you, but
yeah, and I'm like, oh man, that was pretty tactful, dude. That's just slick. So they got me down there, and they're talking to me, and I have no idea what's going to happen. I mean, I had never been arrested, other than a DUI. I'd never been arrested for anything where I was looking at like felony time until I was 31. I was 31 when this happened. Ooh. And so now they're telling me, man, you got 2 felony charges. You got this gross misdemeanor. You're looking at like 5 years in prison. And they said, well, you've never been in drug diversion court before. I said, what the hell is drug court? And so they start telling me about this program. It's, what it is it's basically a pre-adjudication felony diversion program. So what that means is get arrested with an eligible charge like possession or selling of a substance, and now it's got to be certain thresholds. I can't be walking around with 3 ounces in my pocket. I've got to have what looks like I've got to have under a half an ounce or something like that. If I have stuff bagged up for distribution, I can only have a certain amount of it for possession with intent to distribute. And then they tell you you're eligible to go into this court program. So what they do is to go into a drug diversion court like I did. I'm sitting there thinking I'm going to prison. There's no off ramp from this. They tell me, no, you could beat these felony charges. What? So now I'm thinking, okay, maybe there's a chance to get into recovery So it's about a year-long program. It can take up to a couple of years for some people. So it's through Superior Court. They have a mental health court here in the region too. So for folks that are engaged in crime for their mental health, there's a mental health court. You're expected to take your medication. You go through compliance on it. They dismiss your charges. Same thing with drug court. So they offer, if you're an opioid user, do you need to get on like medication like methadone, Suboxone to help curb your cravings? And, you know, so I end up, I can't stabilize in the community and do the program. They offer temporary housing, kind of like shared living with like clean and sober, what they would call it, or recovery-oriented housing. I couldn't stabilize in the community. They let me out. I went out and learned again. They picked me up, and the prosecutor's like, so we tried it your way. We're going to try it ours now, or you're going to prison.
Yeah.
And so they tell me, okay, we're going to put you in custody for 5 months down in South King County, down at the Regional Justice Center, which is named Mailing Regional Justice Center after Norm Mailing, the prosecuting attorney that actually founded drug court in 1994 here in Washington State. So Washington, Seattle had the Seattle had the 12th drug court in the nation. They started one in Miami, in Dade County down there with the cocaine cowboys in the 80s. They had a lot of guys who were involved in this low-level drug dealing that could have got their life, you know, unscrewed if they just had a way out of the system, right? So so Seattle comes up with the 12th one in the nation, and I end up getting to get into that. So this is
Oh, you did what I was thinking.
it was a great option there. So
Yeah.
so they put me into custody for about 4.5 months, and I'm doing treatment groups in the jail. But I'm in there with like 75 guys that I got arrested with on the street. We're all in this big pod together, and a lot of these guys are younger. They're not as tired of the living this way that I am. And so I started making a decision that I got to figure out, how am I going to make this thing work? How am I going to come out of here sober? And people were, you know, drugs always found their way into the jail. People weren't doing healthy stuff to figure out how to live differently. And I finally stumbled across some books on meditation and yoga. You know, we had 12-step meetings would come in, kind of stuff like Alcoholics Anonymous, 1 or 2 nights a week, but those are service positions. You know, sometimes the people that would bring those meetings in, they had life showed up. They couldn't come and bring the meetings. And I said, I can't wait for things to do the work on healing and growth. And I started reading the meditation books. I started doing mindfulness practice. I started doing yoga in my cell. I didn't have to share the cell with anybody.
Too far.
And so I kind of got to this place where I became a trustee. I was doing unit work. I was able to serve food and stuff like that. So I got some more privileges.
Yeah.
And I wasn't raising hell in there. So I was getting the privileges of getting extra food, other things. And so I had the option to be out of my cell at times when the rest of the folks weren't. So I started staying out of the cell when everybody else was racked back. And then when everybody else was out in the unit playing cards and goofing off, I'd go in my cell and I'd do my meditation and my yoga. And so for about 1.5 months after that, that was working really well for me. I realized that I was onto something. I realized that I was building a better relationship with myself, with my own mind. I had hated a complete stranger. I couldn't sit in my own skin. And through meditation, I started turning inward instead of looking for things to solve my problems outside of myself. I became, you know, a refuge or a lamp, you know, as we kind of call it in Buddhism, or the Dharma, which is a lot of what I do my recovery on. I became a kind of a refuge to myself. This head space of mine that I didn't want to spend time in was suddenly the place that I could turn inward to and start to look at the way that my relationship to the world was showing up. Oh, that was brilliant. Not really, though.
Uh-oh. Oh boy.
On hands. Duffed it. So I did about just under 5 months in custody. So when I came out, you know, I had over 100 days that I had not used drugs, not touched a drink. And to me, that was unbelievable, you know, but now I had to do drug court in the community, which meant that I had just gone through kind of this first phase. And so now it's coming out. I didn't have a place to stay. I was still experiencing homelessness. I had about a year's worth of this court program to do, at least 8 or 10 months. I had a no contact order still with the other court, but I couldn't see my ex, so I had really not a good way to see my daughter. And so they put me out. There's this incarcerated veterans program that I was kind of lightly engaged with when I was in custody. They had some other resources for me too, and so I didn't know that with my discharge that there were still regional resources, even with an other than honorable discharge, that felt like the Veterans Division here, department in Washington State, could help me with some things. They acknowledged in King County that if you served in a combat zone, even one day, no matter your discharge, we can put you up in a shelter, things like that. So I said, shit, okay, like, well, they put me up in a Salvation Army shelter down in the International Chinatown district. And I spent 4 months in there. And every day I'd get up, I'd go into the prayer dedication space, I'd do a meditation, I'd go to the Y, I'd go work out, I'd do some yoga, and I'd come back. I'd eat breakfast at the shelter. And then I'd go straight to drug court, to the offices, and I'd go see my case manager. I was doing this every day because I was like, I got to stay off of the block. And I go in there, talk to my case manager, and I finally found this fellowship hall that was right directly up the hill from the courthouse, about 15-20 minutes. He says, take the bus, it'll take you right up there. It was my first day out of custody. I saw my daughter. I was able to figure out a way to do that without getting in trouble with the no contact order. The second day I had to start showing proof that I was going to these sober support meetings, like AA, Narcotics Anonymous and stuff. And so I take the bus up to this fellowship hall, and I walk through the door, and without saying their names, I see a local celebrity as chairing the meeting. Oh, and he's a Grammy award-winning recording artist. And the night before, my daughter's having me listen to this guy's music that I had missed while I was in jail. And I walk through the door of this hall, and they're like, he's like, hey, we're just about to wrap up, but do you want to say anything? And I'm like kind of starstruck. Been to this guy's concerts and stuff like that. His career's taken off. And he's sitting up in the front of the room, and all I can say is, hey, this is my first time here. I just got out of custody. The judge said it would be a good idea if I would come, So anyways, I get to meet this guy, I get some phone numbers, and I'm leaving. And it starts this journey of what would become this recovery advocacy, and literally the gift of, what the gift of desperation and my drug use brought to my life and recovery. It was, I got to see people that have the same issues as me, that are celebrities, that are maybe millionaires and things like that, but every day they're still trying to figure out how to pick up the drink.
Drugs don't care. They don't care what your legacy is, who your dad was, who your grandfather was, what you do for a living.
It's the great equalizer. It's it can take us all right down to the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
And that's what I got to see.
So this particular celebrity, because we're not naming names,
sure,
but he had a pretty catchy song that the Seahawks were using back in this.
Yeah,
person,
and he's
it's the person I'm thinking of.
Yeah, and it's somebody who's been pretty transparent about his stuff. So, it was just one of those things that it was like, holy hell, like I couldn't get near. I mean, let's put it this way: the relationships in my life before that final arrest wasn't my family. It wasn't the friends. It wasn't employers. The relationships in my life consisted of the King County Prosecutor's Office, the Sheriff's Department, SPD, Superior Court. These were not empowering relationships. And so now I'm out of custody 24 hours, and I walk into a place, and these are the people I get to spend time with. This is, and it was unbelievable to me. And so, fortunately, my daughter's mother, she hears that I'm starting to really do this recovery thing now. I'm coming up on 5 months. I'm coming up on 6 months, and so I'm out of custody about a month and a half. And we petitioned the court to lift the no contact order that I had. That was put in place, and nice.
Oh, off angle again.
So that was a good shot, man. Good block. So we petitioned the court. That judge lifts the no contact order. Now I can move. Now I move in with my daughter's mother, with my daughter, and 2 months later, we're we've got a kale chip business going. We relied on the relationships that I had with the farms and stuff from before the wholesaling, because I got out of jail and I was terrified. Man, is somebody going to press charges on me for all these bad checks? So I jumped out in front of it and I wrote this big email to my whole produce wholesale list. And I just basically said, look, I was strung out. It's not an excuse, but here's what's going on. I'm trying to live differently. If there's anything I can do to amend the behavior, let me know. And I got all these beautiful emails of support back from all these people that I literally fucking robbed.
Yeah.
And they're like, dude, I'm in the food industry, man. I get it. Like, I'm in recovery. I didn't realize how many people I'd been ripping off had gone through the same stuff as me. And so I get all this heartfelt support. And so now I'm feeling pretty good. So now we start this business, start the kale business. That's going well. And now I'm literally at the farmers markets.
Yeah.
A year into my recovery, instead of slinging dope, I'm slinging kale chips. And I'm fast money. Like carton of kale chips, and I'm over. People are like, "This is so addictive," and I'm like, "Well, that's a funny thing to say." Because the last stuff I sold really was, and it was just kind of like literally trading this. Man, I got to find a way to feel good the way that drugs made me feel. That same rush, I got to find that in recovery. How do I do that?
Right.
And kale was like the first thing because it put me back in community, had me in that hustle and bustle. Man, I was like, I couldn't turn off the hustle, but I had to find a way, that whole complex of behaviors, that it's not just the drugs, right? It's the ripping stuff off. I'd be sick and I would be physically in withdrawal, like experiencing it. And then I would, I'd come up on the money, or I know that I could go see the dope man and I'd automatically start feeling better. I hadn't even used the drugs yet, right?
It's like going to a doctor, right? Like, have you ever been like sick, right? And you're like,
I was just in the hospital 2 weeks ago for stress and other stuff.
Right, yeah, but like now you get to the doctor and they're like, all right, what's wrong? And you're like, well, I was feeling this.
Yeah.
It's not I am. I was feeling this stomach hurt. I don't know what it was.
Right? It's and
And
that's
like, well, do you still feel that way? And you're like, no, actually, no, I don't. I came here and is there something in the air?
yeah. And it's automatically you're in a space that's meant for healing and care.
Yeah.
And it's all of a sudden it's like, well, it's not as bad. It was an 8 when I walked in here, now it's 3.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it was really trying to find something like that.
Ooh.
Don't do that.
Boy. All right.
Let's see.
Oh, let me put this up. Oh boy!
Man.
Oh boy! Look at this.
Do that. Make them earn it a little bit.
Make them earn it.
Since I had to work for that last shot.
Yeah. Oh my God.
So I was breezing through the drug court program, and it was funny because I'm over there at City Hall steps across from the Superior Courthouse in downtown Seattle. They had a farmers market there during the summer for all these folks that are working, downtown and they can't get out to shop for other stuff. So they bring this farmers market to them, and I'm selling kale chips across from the courthouse on the same block that I used to sell dope on. And yeah, pretty much, just the next street over, running parallel. And my program manager and the treatment program manager, they come in and they're buying kale chips from me. And then I'm having my daughter's mom, my partner at the time, she's coming to relieve me so I can go upstairs for a hearing at 2 p.m. And then so I'm in there in front of the judge and the program manager and the treatment program. This guy's over here selling kale chips, telling the judges, I'm not supposed to do productive activity. It was called Kale Love. We were in 11 farmers markets for about 3 years. I was on Broadway in Seattle, Ballard, all the biggest neighborhood farmers markets, man. So, and I would trade with other people.
Yeah.
So my kid is coming to the markets and she's getting the experience of trading for people's time and energy, not just money, this barter system, this valuing of goods. And it was just unbelievable experience.
That wasn't. Oh, don't do that. Oh, I completely missed it. I was just trying to cut it with no spin. That backfired.
Keep it tied up, huh?
I should have gone and done something differently. But let's see.
Do I have a second to run up and?
Oh yeah,
Take-
no, actually, I was just about ready to say we could go ahead and go to a break.
Yeah,
Take
yeah.
5 minutes.
Yeah, and then you can let me. We can
So-
position from here what you want to capture still and
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good. I can go ahead and put on. I've got a reflection video. I don't know if anybody's seen it yet. I'll go and throw that onto the stream right now. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll be back. And for anybody who's new watching right now, this is Joe Conniff. He's an advocate for mental health and addiction recovery in the Pacific Northwest area, and he's also a passionate pool player. And we're having this not quite sit down talk, but we're having a deep talk while we're playing some 9 balls, race to 7, and right now I think
We're tied
Tied
up
up.
at 5-5.
5-5.
Putting the heat on. Yeah. That's some good shooting, man.
Yeah. All right. So we'll be back at 5.
Didn't hit my head that time. I don't know what else.
Video 5.
That shit is so long.
206 videos, 149 shorts, 44 long form, 13 live streams, and a growth of 476 subscribers. 2025 was an adventure. Let's talk about that. We started off the year by installing a $345 eBay exhaust system on my V4 Street Fighter and getting the reactions from my friends.
World doesn't sound so deep, right? How is it deeper? Oh yeah, it's warm.
And their reactions did not disappoint. Next, Mike and I went on a road trip to attend the AIM Expo down in Las Vegas, where we met some incredible people along with leaders and
That shit is so long.
206 videos, 149 shorts, 44 long form, 13 live streams, and a growth of 476 subscribers. 2025 was an adventure. Let's talk about that. We started off the year by installing a $345 eBay exhaust system on my V4 Street Fighter and getting the reactions from my friends.
World doesn't sound so deep, right? yeah, it's warm.
And their reactions did not disappoint. Next, Mike and I went on a road trip to attend the AIM Expo down in Las Vegas, where we met some incredible people along with industry leaders and our friends from Vortek Racing, Josh and Caleb, and Robert from EBC Brakes. And right before we left, we got to meet with the Alpine Stars guys to hear about the Tech Air 5 Plasma before anybody else. And shortly after we got back
in this area.
Robert from EBC Brakes hit us up to send us some brakes for us to test, which we had fun doing, as you can see here.
It's gonna be fun. Dude, those are probably hot.
And here's some notable strange shorts that we had.
What are we doing? I don't. Okay, well, wow. What? That's how we navigate turn lanes, I guess. Yep, that's just how we do. Okay. Maybe I can safely get into a turn lane here. Please, nobody hit me head on. All right. Woohoo! Victory! What is that? We got a fast mover. Oh, damn! All right. Hey, Tim, do a dance.
And what do we say when somebody says that your life is a train wreck? Choo choo, all aboard. No.
And then we can't forget about some of our highest performing videos, which were the V2 Multistrada and Panigale. A huge thank you goes out to So Cycles for allowing us that opportunity. And then Mike and I got to hit the track a number of times this year.
Chair, we've got
thanks
5
to our
questions
friends
for him.
over at Vortek Racing, we got to attend some Moto America races, both at the Ridge and down at Laguna Seca. Now, it was through these opportunities attending Moto America races where we met Jeremy and Shayna, and after meeting them, we both share a passion for helping people. And that's where we came up with the podcast, Mental Health and Motorcycles. Now, with motorcycles and mental health, we are hoping that we're going to be able to connect with more people by being able to talk about Moto America, motorcycle racing, and obviously mental health. And going into 2026, we're looking to expand on everything that we've already been doing. But we're going racing next year. We're working on acquiring a couple super sport level motorcycles. Within the Ducati lineup, we're leaning more towards the Panigale V2. We're going to be working with WIMRA, our local motorcycle racing organization, to be able to bring you along for the entire journey, from volunteering at the track to racing. We're also looking to partner with some of our local track day organizations so that we can get some one-on-one coaching, as well as we're going down to the AIM Expo in Anaheim, California, where while we're down there, we're hoping that we're going to be able to meet up with Jeremy and the Remix Racing team for some one-on-one coaching down at either Button Willow or Thunder Hill. There's all up in the air a little bit based on availability. But we hope that you enjoyed this video. And if you're sticking around for the podcast, we'll see you in the comment section. And until next time, catch you on the next ride. All right, we are back, and so now we're gonna switch gears, a natural transition from you being out on the street,
The crisis, yeah.
right? Doing all these things to now you got locked up a couple times, you're out, and you're working with the courts now. You go from being hooked up
Participant to peer support.
And
why do you want me? Why do you want me for this work?
And I think from the court's perspective, right? They only have somewhat of an idea. So you want to take not necessarily your enemy, but your enemy make them your friend.
Yeah.
It happens a lot in like the internet side of things, right? With hackers and whatnot, where they get caught. Well, come work for us now
because you're that good at this.
Let's learn. Let's learn from you. And I think that they're just kind of what happened there is they're like, hey, this guy, he's smart, super intelligent, knows his way around, and genuinely wants to help.
Yeah. I mean, I think the easiest way to kind of set the table for that is, you hear things in the rooms of recovery, and by that I mean fellowships or clinical spaces where you're seeing a counselor and stuff. Is it's like stay close to what works, stay close to the solution, right? If you're getting good results, stay close to it. So naturally, I stayed close to the court, because they had an alumni group as you graduated the program, come back through, and one of the higher level people in the program used to run a meeting like once a month for the alumni folks, and there was a handful of us that went there. What I want to say is when you think about a court program like this, is very different than traditional what you call mainstream court. You get charged with the crime, you get arraigned, you go before the judge, and then depending, you get sentenced on that, and then that's what happens, right? I mean, there's a little more to it, and so what they call like a therapeutic court, like a drug court, or a problem-solving court is another way they refer to them. You see these are very popular around the country right now. Is basically what it is the judge is part of that team, but there's literally not really any different than anybody else on it. You have case managers, you have clinicians, you have the judge, you have a law enforcement liaison. I'm providing UAs, but in the middle of this big wheel is me, right? It's kind of the hub. Nobody's in front of anybody else. Ultimately, the judge is taking all that information instead of from what the police say. They're taking all the information from my treatment groups, from my counselors, and they say, dude, you're doing really good. And so they celebrate some of that. Sometimes, you go into court and you're in compliance. You haven't provided a positive UA, like, you haven't consumed any substances. You're on time for everything. They say, here, put your hand in the fishbowl, and you draw something. You might win a pen. You might win a $20 gift card to Starbucks.
Yeah.
You might get a drawstring bag to put some of your stuff in. And so what they try to do is really celebrate compliance, celebrate doing the things that we want you to do. And so what we do is, what I really like about it is, why I was attracted to it is they took an effort to, rather than, again, is what's wrong with you? We all know what's wrong, me using drugs, and societally, well, why do you use drugs? Let's get to the bottom of that. Let's figure out why you're using and why you can't stop. Right. And we're going to help you try to overcome that. And then that's how you graduate the program. And so I did. I went through the program in 10 months. Next thing you know, one day I'm standing there getting arrested in the rain for heroin and crack cocaine. And then a year later, not too much longer, as I'm standing there in front of the judge making a speech at the 9th floor at Superior Court. Now, this is where they arraigned Gary Ridgway, the Green River Kill, all the big cases that happened in Superior Court in King County that happened in this big courtroom. Now that's where we have the drug court graduation. So I'm standing in there making a speech about overcoming my heroin, use, my cocaine addiction. And at the end of it, I get handed an order of dismissal by the judge, with prejudice. They can't ever bring those charges back into the court. They can never again charge me on those. With extreme prejudice, they get rid of the charges. And now I'm felony free. I still have the arrest, but I'm not living with the felonies.
Yeah.
You know, like that's
So
it's
do you get your
crazy.
freedom? You get your freedom back. You could own firearms.
I have to tackle something else related to my DV with that. I can get them
Oh,
reinstated.
yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
But
You-
it's
you could-
but that
you
is an
don't
option.
appeal.
You know, I have no problem voting. You know,
Yeah.
and even in the state is you can vote with certain felony charges. A lot of misinformation out there, but again, is the baseline assumption is I'm pretty free at this point. And that's not bad for a guy who was living out of doors a year and a half ago, and now I own my own business.
Yeah.
You know, I have I get my stuff certified with the Washington State Department of Agriculture. They come in and they look at the kitchen that I produce food in and tell me it's okay for me to do this and sell it. You know, you guys, nobody was comfortable with the last stuff I was slinging.
Well, yeah. It's just breaking back.
Yeah, you know, and it's and that was literally it. Is it was like, you know, I just gone through my life to age 31. I'm gonna break bad then and start a criminal career. And that was, to me, it was terrifying. Is it's now what am I gonna do? I'm gonna come out of prison at 34, 36 with good time or whatever, and I'm gonna have no tools, and I'm gonna have now I'm gonna have convictions, you know. And
Right,
so
yeah.
so I started going to those the alumni meetings, and a friend of mine, she had gone through the program too, and then she went through the family treatment court. So she was a mother who was using drugs. The state was going to take her kids away, so she was in another problem-solving court, and she was in drug court.
Right.
She's getting all this support. So now she had gone through those. She's there, and you know, there's a job at family treatment court that comes up in the conversation. She applies to that. She gets it, and then the program manager, he says, you know, hey, we got an opening over here too, and he's like winking at me if you're interested. Dude, what the hell, you know? Now I'm like, I've done the thing that I thought I was want to do. I got my own business. I'm selling, slinging kale chips. I'm working in produce, but I'm also like, okay, what's next? I have no idea what to expect out of life.
Right.
And I said, why are you winking at me about this?
Yeah. Right.
He says, because who's better for this than you? And that's when the first time I heard about, you know, he goes, we got all of us in here telling these people how to do this program, what they need to do. And the counselors tell them they got to do this. Counselors tell them they got to do that. They need somebody like you who can show them how to do this stuff, and they trust you.
Yeah.
He said, because you've been there, you know. And now holy man, I never thought about it that way. So of course I put in for the job. Naturally, I get it because they wanted me to have it. It's a contract position. So now 6 months after I graduate the program, I'm working contracted at the court program that helped save my life. And I'm contracted by the agency that I got my treatment at. So my treatment counselor from 6 months ago becomes my supervisor almost overnight, which is not really a thing that they want to be having happening, but they trusted that I was doing the right thing in my recovery and that they wanted to hire me and bring me in on this.
Yeah. Dude, that is incredible.
Another gift on the one ball for you.
Oh, man.
So yeah, I ended up working that position through 2022. And in that, one of the most beautiful things is there were a lot of guys that I was in the streets with that didn't get drug court. You know, drug court had certain eligible charges. So you could, like I said, you couldn't have certain amount of substances on you. You couldn't have violent crimes. You couldn't have, you know, committed any of your crimes, the commission of a felony with a firearm.
I missed something.
I didn't make anything on the break.
Oh, okay.
That's all. That's your leave on the one. Sorry.
No, I was like, you said I got a gift, sir.
Yeah, like, I was sorry the sarcasm wasn't louder.
No, well, I mean, I was. I gotta admit, I was not looking.
That's all right. No, you're doing the
I was doing some back end stuff, and yeah, no, that was my bad. All right, here we go. Well, if this works the way I want it to.
Pull and pray.
Yeah, so.
Nice hit.
Come on, get down here, get down.
Get off that phone.
Well, that's what I was kind of
hoping. I figured
hoping for down up in here, but it did come off this rail and all.
there had a lot of hell of a spin on it.
Yeah, I was trying to make something happen
A little something.
without smacking.
Oh.
All right. Uh-oh.
Yeah, so so you know, during my time in that role, I became a certified peer counselor. You know, I had considered going to school to be a substance use professional, and I really didn't like the direction that people were talking about, people who use drugs, that the clinical spaces are going. There was a lot of stigma. There was a lot of, use of the term addict and things like that. And I'm like, but I'm a person before anything, right?
Right, yeah.
And I'm also, that's not who I am anymore, as I'm not currently in a problematic relationship with substances. I know people say those things in the rooms, to keep themselves grounded, but I'm very big on the language creates the reality of the world we live in. So how we talk about things, including ourselves and our own mind, very much shapes how I treat myself, how I treat others. And, so I start looking at ways to make the court a less stigmatizing place. So I start changing the language. I get the judges, I get the prosecutors, I get the case managers, I get the treatment team. I get everybody on board saying we're going to, people who use drugs, people in recovery. We're not going to say addict. We're not going to say clean. People aren't inherently dirty. People say things like, before I got clean, you're never dirty. You know what I mean?
I was going to ask you, like, in what way, like, how were you doing this? How were you changing the?
I was finding evidence-based things where, like, there was actually there was research that was coming out that was saying people that are referred to this way have better outcomes in treatment spaces, in courts. And if you're trying to have a court be what's considered like therapeutic courts and community courts are meant to be something that's less adversarial, right? You're trying to take the power differential out of do this, but still provide structure, but you want to support people along the way, right? You can love them on them. You can be compassionate and provide accountability without having to totally like talk about them the way that the rest of society does. And so, I start presenting some information. I go to some of the national conferences. I mean, it was crazy as it was like, one week I can't get somebody to float me a cigarette, then, not that much longer later. That's rough, man. Sorry.
Well, no, I should have put a little bit more side spin on it. And I instead
came in high and tight on that 7.
I did, yeah. I put too much talk. I needed it to widen. I could have put, I really needed to use the rail, but it's okay,
It happens. We're going to adjust.
Exactly. There's a way out of this. I just gotta find it.
Yeah, there's always something. Yeah, so it became a kind of a work of mine because I would see my friends come through off of the street and they would do all right for a little bit. And oh man, you'd have probably got a clip on it.
That's what I was hoping for. I was hoping to at least clip it enough to send it up the rail, the cue ball down here.
Yeah.
But, I needed to use this rail here to come in so I could hit this side and kill a lot of speed.
Man, let's see. I know this is kind of what do I want to do here.
It is not pretty down there.
I'm like, hello, nasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I tried to go as far as I could in the space there to bring everything that I could. So I became a recovery coach.
Yeah.
I became a certified peer counselor. So I find a way to talk about my experience in a way that is less harmful to people, but I'm able to offer insights to the journey that are not clinical directives of just go to 3 meetings a day. Okay, I'll help you find the meetings, which is kind of what we're there to try to do in those situations. Oh man.
Oh well, you gave me a window.
Yeah. And
looking at the bright side here.
I know. I was like, man, maybe it's tighter in there than I thought. So I did that until 2020, and I had also in that time become a certified mindfulness teacher. So I had really continued I had become a certified yoga teacher in early recovery too. I got as close to the things that had helped me as I could. And like I like to say is, if you were my drug dealer, there was a good chance I was trying to sleep on your couch. If you were my spiritual advisor in recovery or somebody that meant something to me, I was trying to get as close to that as I could too.
Yeah.
And so In 2020, I was starting to get a little kind of bored. I wasn't making a lot of money. I really wanted a county position because I had lost my job with the government, with the Navy, and I really wanted the position with the county and not a treatment agency as a nonprofit. And so what I ended up doing is I started talking to the program manager, and she said, well, I was thinking about trying to make this position a county role, which would make a substantial increase in income. And then it would also give me more ability to do things with county funds to leverage good stuff for the program. So resources and other things. So I got a lending library of books. I started running recovery support meetings and
Nope.
oh man.
I threw just a smidge.
I started teaching mindfulness groups to people, you know, and this is the same time COVID hit. So now the whole program, we can't, people can't go into treatment. They can't go provide UAs and show the court that they're remaining abstinent from substances. And I'm running these groups 5 days a week. And now I've got more interaction with the people in the program than the rest of the court because I've got them on this virtual space, even while they're using drugs, because we can't stop them from using drugs during the pandemic, but we can try to help them and keep them alive. And that was a pretty radical approach for the court program. And so we did that. My position became a county position.
Yeah.
And then I had the gift of being able to be the keynote speaker in front of the chief of police for Seattle PD at our 25th drug court anniversary, a 12-minute speech in front of the Seattle PD chief, which was kind of a big deal considering those people were picking me up not too long before that, you know.
They weren't so nice to you last time you saw them.
So yeah, that was really, really different for me to be able to be met with that kind of love and appreciation, you know, for the hard work. And so that was just wild to be able to do that for the length of time that I did in drug court.
There it is. Oh. All right, so now where does that bring us to?
6'5".
On the hill.
Man.
All right.
Yeah, and I, you know, from there, as I had published my memoir. That was 2020, which was one of those things that during the pandemic, you know, we started really seeing out here in the Pacific Northwest. We really finally started to see fentanyl really making a prominent impact. It had been on the East Coast for a while, and people were dying left and right at a rate that I had not seen with heroin. And the urgency to get the book out and help people was why I started writing it in 2018 to really get the feelings and the thoughts out of my head about my addiction, about my recovery, about the things and reasons why I thought I used, why I thought I got into recovery, the things that helped me. And it became a very positive experience of getting that stuff hammered out, and had some support, got it published. You know, but it was difficult because at the end of the book, I had all the material, but I didn't have a way to close it out other than, okay, cool, I'm this person at drug diversion court, and I went through the program and now I work here.
Yeah.
And I wanted something because people started asking me, what do you think we should do with the current of affairs and events?
Yeah, right.
And so I proposed this epilogue at the end of the book that really addressed what COVID was going to do for mental health and addiction in a very negative light. It was further isolating people.
Yeah.
You know, it put it, yes, there was an increase of available streamed virtual spaces you could get into. But for people that come out of prison or they're coming out of homelessness, they don't have phones. They're allowed to use that stuff. A lot of these are illnesses or, you know, like I said, I don't like the term diseases, but they are, they're maladies of isolation, unfortunately, and they thrive in those places. And so, you know, I was really talking about the impact that COVID was going to have on stuff. And I got to round the book out with that. And then all the other material that I didn't park in there became fuel for the second book. And then I started putting that together as I went in and left the job at the court and became a director for an outreach team with the Regional Homelessness Authority, which was, I mean, now it became I'm working for 2 different types of government agencies. Now suddenly I'm making 6 figures, which I never thought was going to happen. I mean, I'm no secondary, post-secondary education. I've taken some college courses, but after years of being in debt because of my addiction, I'm like, I'm not going in the hole for student loans and all kinds of other stuff. I just fixed my finances.
Right.
So I got married in 2020. I've been split up from my daughter's mother since 2018. She continued to move the business forward. But I had to get out of that, and we had gone our separate ways. But both of us got to stay in recovery, for the benefit of my daughter. So that was good. And yeah, so it was, from there, it was kind of after 4-5 years at the court, it became, I had done news articles, I had done podcasts, I had been on boards and other things, and it was just weird. I went from this guy who, I wasn't invited to anything, so I had to turn stuff down. I had to schedule things,
I had to schedule things.
And then it's like I go to Vegas in 2019, for the first time in my life, and I'm stone sober, and I'm going there for a recovery conference at a casino, and it's just like my life turned, just everything that had happened from where I was. I'm looking at, I haven't even been a full 10 years out of graduating drug court. And I've got almost a full 10 years in the field of behavioral health. And, I went from directing that outreach team and making good money to feeling like it wasn't doing enough to support the community. Nice hit. And,
Wow.
and I felt like my values were compromised, something that, I didn't know I had those anymore,
Yeah, you're like, wait, what?
And
what's
how
that
I
feel
made
like?
money in a living mattered to me,
Yeah.
and that, hey, there's other organizations doing this, and they've been doing this. Why am I making this much money when somebody else, has already, it was just kind of, that's when I started really hitting different periods of my recovery where there was going to be new hardships.
Yeah, right.
It wasn't going to be substances, but it was going to be values. It was going to be boundaries and, things with people that weren't serving me anymore, then also knowing enough when it was time to pass the torch on to somebody else to do the work that I was doing.
I thought it was going to go on 3.
I was like, I was like, don't do that to me right now.
Yeah.
So I started really seeing this larger purpose coming together where a few years before I never saw myself outside of, produce and other stuff. And then I didn't see myself outside of the court, and I sure as hell didn't saw myself as an author, any of those things. I still have a hard time with people who are like, yeah, but you're an author. I'm like, it still feels weird,
Yeah. But when Jeremy and I were talking during our last podcast, we talked about how you're more capable than you give yourself credit for. You just got to, it's not just you got to, but if you want to do something, put your mind to it.
Yeah.
And just commit. Like, you was writing your, that's going in.
Oh, wow.
You was writing your book,
Yeah.
You wanted to get that message out there. So you put your head down and went after it.
It's weird, because it was like, it was one of those things that taught me is like, about the right time, right? Is you can feel around, right? You can, and those things. And it's like when I don't have all of the other things clouding my judgment, the right time is right there when it feels like it, right? And it said that urgency in those things, and it's unbelievable. I put out a body of work that people liked, I was like, that was really weird for me. Oh no.
Hey, I still got some life.
Oh my God. I was like, I'm gonna get out of this fast.
Right.
Maybe not.
Dude, this is not easy. This table does not like when you try to power shots in.
No, and I'm like looking at what would I be doing to get out of there involves 89% of something.
Right. Oh boy. I gotta load up here. Literally the worst spot.
I'm
the
really
one
interested.
tight spot in this freaking room.
Right?
But yeah, I'm gonna put something on this, and hopefully my stroke comes through.
and it's not just a slammed ball. Because, well, I mean, I guess if I was feeling it, I could go rail first, and it would be a whole lot natural to come back out. But I'm feeling more.
There'd be a lot less force feeding of the A-ball.
Yeah, but I risk completely selling out or scratching if I hit this.
Yeah, I feel like that could shoot straight across on that 8 with the skim on it. But I know, I get it. I know. I'm glad you're shooting it.
All right, let's go. All right, focus. Nice, steady, and all the way through.
Oh,
wow, though.
Look at this. Oh dear.
That was bad.
Wow.
A little bit.
Wow, I don't like any of
I was being dramatic.
that. I get it.
Ooh, the safety now.
Oh, man. I'm gonna put as much green as I can between you and that ball. That's 7-foot table. What is that between the two
feels
of
like a
us?
10-footer.
Yeah.
This 7-foot table feels like a 10-footer at times.
Well, especially with the smaller railings on it. Like I play up at Temple in Seattle, I like playing on it because it throws off my game because it doesn't have the big gold crown.
Yeah.
Frickin', you could throw like, a gorilla paw up there. Oh my God. Wow, dude. Oh, that ruthless side pocket.
And there it is.
Oh, man.
5 to 7.
Great shooting though, man. Hell, that was, they put the heat on me for a while.
Yeah. Well, hey, that's what we were saying though, is that based on Fargo rating, there would be about a 2 games, 1 to 2.
What do you want to do? Just some loose shooting or whatever?
We do some 8-ball.
Yeah, let's do that. Here, I'll rack them.
You still got some more.
I got some ammunition. Yeah, let me.
Yeah, you got
I'll
some,
rack them up and you bust them. How about
Okay. You got some more to your story too.
Yeah, I want to make sure we capture, whatever else is
Well, so
what's good for
we've
the
got-
cause.
So we got some hot topics that we can talk about.
Yeah.
That isn't going to get us kicked off of whatever the 3 platforms that we're currently live streaming on. But you've got thoughts on, or you got thoughts on fentanyl.
Sure. Happy to talk about that.
But also you've got some partners that you work with, that you talk to regularly, that are helping you with your mission.
Sure. Yeah, I could definitely flag some of that, and yeah, let's start with the fentanyl stuff.
Yeah.
And I think
So where's it coming from? Why is it so bad? How's it so accessible?
these great questions. Great questions. I think what I want to tee up with first is, so fentanyl is has been a long-standing pharmaceutical that has had a very, very effective use in hospital settings since the late 60s. It was produced by Janssen Pharmaceuticals, I believe, and it's still for chronic pain patients today. If you go in for a procedure into the hospital and you get opened up and you come out the same day, there's a good chance that they probably put you under with fentanyl.
Yeah.
Because it is not a long-acting opioid. It's completely synthetic. So give a little context of kind of why we're having such a difficult time with the tolerance, with the amount, with the potency is. So fentanyl is a synthetic opioid. Which means it's nothing about it that comes from the opium poppy. Heroin, OxyContin, morphine, all these other things are derivatives of the opium poppy. So even OxyContin, the overprescribing epidemic is there was a certain amount of, the compound in a pill of OxyContin that was an organic compound, for lack of a better term, plant derived, and then you have some synthetic aspects in there. So when opium is harvested from the poppy, what you basically have is morphine or codeine. You have the lowest compounds of the milk of the poppy, the latex that comes out. And then when people produce heroin, what they do is they take the latex and they add a molecule to it through a process and like a clandestine lab.
One second. How do we want to play? Take it.
Oh, I like, do like until you secure it. Like if you made a stripe on the brake and you don't have a shot of the stripe, but you have a shot of the solid, and you can drill the solid down, like it's until something is made after the brake. I've been more played like that. That's all I do.
Yeah, no, I don't care one way or the other. I was just like, wait, hold on, before I make a decision, let's
Make hot races. On
Yeah. Yeah. Let's nail this down. What can I shoot at?
Yeah, let me get something here.
Because this rack is not looking friendly right
Looks like a straight pool.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Nope. I gapped it.
So yeah, so what you have is, when you have drugs like when you have your organic compound opioids that we've been used to having for a long time, is so for instance, like when I would use heroin would then metabolize into morphine, and then the morphine would metabolize into codeine, and basically I didn't have to use that much heroin each day to not feel the opioid withdrawal.
Yeah.
Which is a very, very extreme set of and so you didn't secure anything after the break, right?
No, I made a stripe and then I tried to get fancy.
Fancy pants?
Yeah, I didn't throw it enough.
So basically I could use maybe $30 worth of heroin a day. I wouldn't be loaded, but I wouldn't be sick, right?
Yeah, right.
So thinking about that is holding that in your mind is, so that's why people, when it was the heroin trends, you didn't see all these people falling all the way over the way that you do now.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that because that's something that I drive down Portland Avenue over here.
Oh yeah, I go to that truck with the pilot all the time. I go there for gas and I see myself walking those streets in some capacity.
I mean, sometimes it doesn't look like the person is even there at all.
Oh yeah.
And then I was on my bike one day and I was riding to work. I was almost to the casino, and I just made eye contact with the wrong person, and she didn't like that I looked at her, and she threw her drink at me.
Oh shit.
Look at you.
Oh god, look at this. Look at this. Oh. Yeah, so that's, like fentanyl, I had only maybe used fentanyl once or twice when I was out there. I mean, I came off the streets in 2015. It was people barely had it illicit in the streets. People were still trying to find ways to get it through, prescription or something like that. And so what I want to really highlight here is what we call the iron law of prohibition. So when you crack down on something, which is we can talk about seeing this here right now, but we're going to talk back to alcohol prohibition a little bit. Is when you crack down on something, that doesn't do anything about the demand. Everybody who's still a daily user is still going to need that fix.
Yeah.
Either because they're physiologically dependent on it or because they're psychologically dependent or addicted. And so what ends up happening is the demand for it increases, but because bringing a kilo of heroin through, bringing a kilo of heroin over the border or anywhere is actually, it's going to require a lot more heroin than it is fentanyl. And so, and you see this when alcohol prohibition happened, is they implemented the Volstead Act in like 1919 or whatever the hell it was. And all of a sudden, it wasn't like people just stopped drinking. The alcohol production and distribution fell into the hands of organized crime because they were responding to supply and demand.
Yeah.
And so now you have people making bathtub gin. They're making all kinds of shitty booze everywhere, and they're dying. They're dying because it's getting contaminated. They're dying because it's too strong. And then they realize,
if you make moonshine, you go blind.
yeah, because there's no regulation of it. So now you think about if you were to go and order, if I go to the bar up the road and I order a shot of Jack Daniels, I know damn well that it's 80 proof. I almost guarantee not an issue. I can drive up to Canada, drive to Bellingham, I go somewhere else, I order a shot of Jack Daniels and it's labeled behind the bar. I can guarantee that what I get is 80 proof Jack Daniels. What I have is a regulated supply of that drug. That's what we did. Is we went from outlawing it became an unregulated supply to, okay, now they repealed the Volstead Act, they repealed prohibition, and now we have a regulated, safer supply. And people will say alcohol is legal because it's safer. No, it's safer because it's legal, because it's regulated. Because alcohol still kills more people than any other drug out there, but I can go and buy it almost anywhere.
Yes.
And so we make the argument for, which is, and I'm not saying go ahead and legalize fentanyl. I think we're at a point where we're past the ability to move into a middle of the road space that we can just say we're going to safely regulate it. I think we missed the opportunity to safely regulate heroin and the other drugs that people use in a capacity that, and they tried this. They've done it in various capacities. Don't do all that. Oh, wow. So England has tried this, Switzerland, some places still actually do it where they realize. So here's the thing is, I would have still been in my daughter's life and never had to go to jail or look at prison if I had a different way to go about getting the substance that I use and getting somebody to visibly see me as maybe, are you interested in treatment and things like that? So we talk about low barrier services like syringe exchange programs. It is a proven evidence-based public health practice. Actually, the oldest syringe exchange service that ever existed, sanctioned in this country, started in Tacoma, Washington, by a biker named Dave Purchase. And it's still, the Dave Purchase project is 3 blocks from my house by the Tacoma Public Health Department. He was a biker in the 80s who got tired of watching his friends who slammed dope die because of AIDS. So he used to sit down by Dock Street and stuff like that, down by Portland and downtown Tacoma, with a little TV tray with fresh syringes. And he used to tell people, bring me your old ones, I'll give you clean ones. And it was like, and it's still the oldest sanctioned in this country.
The biker community is just incredible.
Yeah. And
bad rep.
I was like, wait, I got to talk about this guy. Real quick.
No, I mean, I'm glad you did, because I had no idea.
I'm going to try the 808.
Ooh. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Just stay right. I know it's capable of hanging there. So
it's capable of hitting.
Yeah, I realized that too.
With these pockets, yeah.
Oh, I don't need to be there. You got to get into that corner. So,
Stand over here.
there we go. There we go.
And we can still see you
Oh, yeah.
talking.
So, a little bit of what we got to look at is we ended up with fentanyl because the constant crackdown. So we had the crackdown on prescription opioids started coming in the late 2000s, early 2010s. And then we had a massive influx of black tar heroin as a response to that. Oh, then we cracked down on the black tar heroin, and next thing you know, we start seeing fentanyl. And that's an easy way of saying that's why we have it. Now, a lot of people are finding ways to get it from the precursors, the analogs, the things that you need. Just the fentanyl itself, since it's a synthetic opioid, it can be created in a lab. And so you do have places like, in China and the cartels down in Mexico that have tried to take advantage of this opportunity. And in it is we also have a responsibility to understand that they're not creating the demand. The demand exists. They're responding to it.
Well,
That's just capitalism.
If we just cut it completely out, somebody's going to create something else, or they're going to go back to something.
And that's what they're doing with all this other stuff. You heard about xylazine and trank that is ending up in the fentanyl supplies. Fentanyl doesn't last that long. It's meant to be a fast-acting opioid. So people are buying it, and it's like, these what look like these 30 milligram Percocet pills, these little blue ones that everybody was selling the blues. They were whipping these things together in like magic bullets with acetaminophen, food coloring, and some fentanyl powder. Nobody knows actually how much is in it. And so you got one guy smoking one pill, he doesn't even fall out, he doesn't even start nodding off. The next guy overdoses on the first hit. It's because what you got people playing laboratory technician because we don't have a regulated supply. So what you have is a volatile supply that is killing people, because when you go and you say, okay, well, we find out this guy's over here selling a bunch of fentanyl on the block, pick him up, arrest him. He's dealing drugs in the community. Okay, you got that guy off the block. People are still on the block down there buying it. They're down there because the need is there. Now somebody else comes with fentanyl. Now it's not made the same way. So now the drug supply has shifted. Just like that, in a matter of hours, you've taken the one guy who's consistent out there and everybody knows how to use the stuff that he gets.
Yeah.
And somebody else comes in and fills the void. And so you go like, you have to look at a capitalistic demand side of things that people are responding to. And the minute that you change that up, it's like, go to the store and you like the beer that you like to drink isn't there all of a sudden. You know, the good thing is you can look at the label of something else and say, well, I know that it's an IPA, it's 8%, it's comparable to that, and it's brewed locally. I'm going to buy it.
So then, that's the problem. But what's the solution? Like, and what should the solution look like? Like, is it? Because from my mindset, this is me, you know, being naive.
Sure,
Like I mentioned before, I've never been a drug user.
Sure.
I don't drink alcohol very often, and
That is drug use. That's why to be clear.
Oh, yeah. So,
You know,
yeah,
because a lot of people we do this separation of drugs and alcohol, and then forget that the destructive nature of alcohol. And then every time that we say drugs and alcohol, which I've done it in this conversation, is I'm making a separation, a distinction, and that's the societal condition that part of the problem is getting in the way of our own progress, is acting like this isn't as detrimental.
Well, yeah,
You know,
but
I
was like, alcohol leads to things, right?
yeah, and
Unless
lowered
you-
inhibition.
Yeah. unless mentally or however one goes about being able to consume it in a responsible manner or whatever, like it doesn't consume their life.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to choose my words very carefully to not offend anybody, because I'm not part of, I've never been on that side of things.
Sure.
But I've seen it destroy enough lives that I want to make it. I
Yeah.
want to make an impact
Yeah.
in the best way that I can by
Yeah.
talking to the people who understand that side, right? But so we know the destructive nature of it. We know why it's running rampant right now in the streets all across the country.
Yeah.
Now we have an understanding of why it's so detrimental, like why it's killing people.
Yeah.
Is fentanyl, we all heard that it is a very, very, very potent chemical.
Yeah. And it is just on its own. It's absolutely very much like, you know, and there's different analogs. There's carfentanil, which is an elephant tranquilizer. Like a speck of sand sized grain of that in your bill, like that'll kill you. You know, and it's, you know, we do have opioid reversal medications like the Narcan. There's no such thing as a Narcan resistant opioid. There's things in the drug supply that I can reverse the overdose and the breathing stuff from you, but people are putting sedatives into the fentanyl to make it more like heroin, because the fentanyl doesn't last as long. And so what you're seeing is you don't just have an unregulated supply, as you have an adulterated supply. So you have people that are, every time they crack down on one aspect of fentanyl, oh, it's mine. It's that crappy 8-ball bank.
Okay, all right. So, but anyway, so what's our solution? What should the solution look like? My bad.
No, it's all right. I got right in the way of it with the cue ball. So solution-wise,
Yeah, so we've identified the problems.
Yeah.
Right. So whatever.
it'd be hard pressed to not hear about it anywhere either.
Yeah, right. But so what is the solution? Because obviously, if you, like you said, if you just cut it completely out,
You're still going to see
Out of
these guys
circulation.
walking around out there, and they're going to start doing more wild things to come up on something
yeah,
to make them feel the way that they need to feel. And so, and then of course, what it becomes easy to resort to is we're just going to criminalize and arrest our way out of this, which clearly we cannot do.
yeah,
You know, we talk about the war on drugs, which is literally a war on people. And it's funny, is like, you know, there's a lot of bad press about, you know, folks like Nixon, and Nixon actually funded medication for opioid use better than any president to date almost.
okay.
And doesn't get, you know, and I'm like, dude, let's give credit where credit's due.
So what I'm trying to understand is it, because from my perspective, right?
Sure.
I'm like, substance abuse is wrong. That's not normal behavior in my mind, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at it as that's not normal behavior.
Yeah.
This isn't how somebody should act and whatnot. But I don't know Is that the right way to think about it?
Well, for one, as I'll say, is I encourage people to not use the term abuse because you can't abuse an inanimate object.
Okay, all right.
You know, and so, and as somebody who's been convicted of domestic violence, I'm like, you know, I've actually abused somebody in regard to it, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, and so part of it is also what it does is it pathologizes and further helps criminalize an individual rather than see them. And so, you know, there's one side of it. The other side of it too is really, you know, when we're looking at, here's the thing, is people are going to do what people are going to do anyway, right?
Yeah, right.
People are going to, you know, no matter what is, people say, you know, well, you're breaking the law with that. I'm like, okay, does everybody drive legally down the freeway every day? You know, if we had somebody over policing everything, and it's not to try to make a straw person argument about it, but there's a lot of ways we could choose that people engage in behaviors that are not serving them all that much, right? And so you can kind of apply this theory to anything. Is for one, right. Is what does it do for you that you don't know how to do for yourself? Because I can already tell you what's wrong with it. You already know. It seems that, well, somebody doing that with that chemical or that compound doesn't seem like a thing that they should be doing. That's just not helpful, right? But okay, and now in light of all of those things, you continue to do it.
Yeah.
Now I got to position the question differently. Is what does it do for you that you haven't figured out how to do for yourself without the drug?
Exactly.
And so that's the number one question I really like. Is people are already used to the minute that something comes up and their substance use is discovered, they already assume, most people do, somebody's going to be like, well, why the hell are you doing that? That's stupid. Okay.
So, Sean Hall.
Oh, that's
hey,
my
buddy.
That's my spouse's niece's husband. We just went to their wedding in Colorado Springs.
Say hi to him. He's watching
right here. Sean, what's up, man? Thanks for tuning in. I'm like, hey, I know that name. It's good. Thanks for joining, man. Hope you and the family are well.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, first and foremost is we really got to start looking at. We want to get to the bottom of it. We got to start talking to people from a place of what's right about it for you, right? Like,
yeah.
You know, because you got some really great writers on stuff. A guy named Gabor Malte, he did a lot of work up in the Vancouver's downtown east sides of Hastings corridor.
Okay.
He did a lot of work with indigenous populations, you know, native Canadians that were involved in sex work and things like that were women that a lot of their culture and identity had been lost to colonialism, influx of capitalist endeavors that really split up the tribes and got them disconnected from their culture. So for one thing is it's people will describe, and Gabor Maté talks about talking to people who are drug users up there in the Hastings corridor. They would talk about, why do you use heroin or opioids? Those things, it feels like the warm hug I never got from a parent, or something like that, right? And so It's also, like I say, our best attempt at solving problems is, you know, feeling the thing that maybe we heard about other people feeling that we never got. You know, cocaine for me was, I felt that there were people that were pulling fast ones on me. I had some betrayal. Now, cocaine's a stimulant, keeps you awake. If I can just stay awake enough, nobody will pull one over my eyes. You know what I mean? And I use cocaine like that is a way to be hyper vigilant. I didn't do it just because I love the way it made me feel. What it made me feel was that somebody wasn't gonna pull a fast one on me. You know, and so when I kind of got down to brass tacks, I started realizing that's why you started, you know, because I had done cocaine several times before betrayals and things like that. I was never attracted to it that way.
Right.
But then when it became my solution, it was because it was doing that for me, you know, and I started using heroin because alcohol wasn't working. Nothing else was taking the pain away. Heroin did. So,
yeah.
I think a big part of, you know, we really solution oriented is we have to have spaces to even engage the people that are using drugs this way. Where do we meet them? You know, and so a lot of it is going to places like
going to the uncomfortable places.
Well, yeah, for one is go meet people where they're at, which is, you know, kind of like literally if they use in the community, if they're living in an encampment, you meet them there. But I also am a firm believer in, you know, meet people where they're at, but don't leave them where they're at. You know, when meeting people where they're at keeps them where they're at, it's just another form of oppression. So like I hear about people talking about we need to decriminalize drugs. Okay, well, you could decriminalize drugs. I don't think what you do with your body is your choice, in my opinion. If you're not causing harm to anybody else, I don't care what you do.
So just like they legalized cannabis,
Sure.
they're talking about, or they're thinking the solution is that.
I mean, there's advocates and there's aspects where I do, but what they've done is they've decriminalized and they've regulated the supply. You can't do one without the other, really, because if you decriminalize, now you don't have a mechanism for even a guy like me to get into drug court. If you're not going to remotely criminalize elements of what people do, like we stopped at the drug court criminalizing people for possession. It was already pretty much decriminalized. What we started trying, what we'll try to do is bring in charges that people were engaged in stealing to support their substance use and those kind of things, trying to help the community out that way because there's victims involved. But ultimately, when they did the cannabis legalizations, they regulated it. You can't. Oh, did I put something down?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I didn't hear that.
It's all good. I'm just.
There's a lot of this stuff too. It's so you have when they
blown away by the deep level of like how deep this is. Sorry.
Oh yeah, and
I got hungry, so I'm eating.
Oh, you're good, man. It is. It's like you got to have a little history lesson with some of it. Mm-hmm. Don't do all that. Oh God! Wow.
Things happen.
So what they did when they regulated cannabis, and you still have some really really potent stuff out there. But the thing is you can go into the store and you can see what's in it. Yeah. And then what they tell you is you can't go into the store and buy an ounce.
Yeah.
Or you can only buy an ounce. You can't walk out of here with anything more than that. Now you can go to another store. But what they're saying is we're going to limit what you walk out of here with. And so there's some controls in that. There's some good things you could do.
You know that it's not laced with anything.
Yeah, other than like more stronger cannabis or something. But
yeah.
And so when I think about the other ways that we need to be responsive to the community, if we want to help people, is for one is, and I'll tell you this is I'm somebody who had what they call soda orders. Stay out of drug area. And so this is a popular tactic that they're utilizing down in Kent right now. They have some areas of Seattle. They also have what they call a stay out of prostitution area, or a SOPA zone. And what they are is they're places where there's known concentration of substance use and drug dealing. And then what they do is they tell you, if you get caught down here doing any of those things, you're going to get arrested, and then you're going to get an order at the court that says, if you come down here again, we're going to violate you for it, and then we can arrest you again. Even without drugs on you. You're not supposed to be here. It's a known area. And so what that is actually a banishment practice. It doesn't mean that the drug use and the drug dealing doesn't occur there. What happens is it happens in the shadows now. And then what happens is people die in the shadows. They die in the alleys. They die in places that they're not seen. They don't get the help that they need. They get wounds and things. And again, as everybody says, well, just don't use drugs. If it were that simple, people would have stopped using drugs a long time ago.
Right.
If they didn't get something out of it. So what we have to do is,
oof, that was bad.
A little breakfast ball. Try that again.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, that was all bad. But miscued really cleanly.
Really fabulous.
It didn't
even scuff, huh?
Yeah.
Barely. Man, you went pushed all the way around the side, huh? On the top.
Yeah, it went somewhere. It went somewhere where I didn't want it.
I've had some that I was afraid to look at the tip after I did.
Yeah, no, I hate the ones where you go and you hit, and then you see the tip fly off the table.
Damn, that 5 wasn't there. The 8 ball was made quick work.
Right. I took like 60% off of it
after the first swing. Yeah. So it's I think one of the big things they need to do is you have to increase visible spaces for people who use drugs. And so one of the things that's occurring out in New York right now is There's a place called On Point. It's a supervised consumption space for people who use drugs. They're in the heart of New York City.
Yeah.
And they allow people to go in there and intravenously use their drugs. And they've been in operation for a few years and they've not had one fatal overdose. And they've cleaned up the community around them. And in that engagement is when people get tired of sticking spikes in their arms every day, there's somebody there to say, do you want to get on medication? Do you want to get on medication for opioid use so you can stop the cravings and stop having to be out here, the way I say, doing this reptilian living, that I have to do? And, then people get into the place of, well, then it's just you're switching drugs. It's just a crutch. Well, what does a crutch help you do? It helps you walk. People say, well, how long are you going to be on it? I don't know. Are you a type 2 diabetic? Would you appreciate it if I asked you how long you're going to be on insulin? None of your freaking business. You know what I mean? It's, until we look at the medicalization, the privacy of it, we have decided that it is a disease enough to an extent that we want to be able to treat it a certain way. I don't agree with it as a disease for myself. I consider it a deep learning curve, problematic learning. It is a learned behavior that I learned works for me when nothing else works for myself. So that means if I can learn it, that means I can unlearn it. Because I am not completely abstinent. I do use cannabis. I do have a drink once in a while. I don't use heroin and crack cocaine anymore. That's not everybody can say that. But that's why I don't believe it's a disease. I believe I learned it as a response to things in my life that I didn't otherwise know how to deal with.
So you've learned what triggers you.
Yeah.
How to cope and basically control what happens, so that if you
To an extent.
right, so but like if you get into a heated discussion, you won't relapse.
It's not gonna, the first idea isn't gonna be, I'm not saying there hasn't been times where I'm like, that would be nice, or that I haven't had a beer, but I also realize it can't be my long-term solution. That used to be the place that I was.
That's where I was getting at.
And so that's where it becomes for some people is I can't even open that can of worms and say, I'll have one beer and then I'll go deal with this, kind of do the bypass for a little bit. There's some people that say, I'm never going to be able to turn that switch back off. I mean, I spent 5 years completely abstinent, not doing anything other than nicotine and caffeine,
Right.
Then
coming from like the motivational speaking, kind of like looking deeper into the human psyche and how to overcome obstacles, roadblocks, like that's why I was looking at it like that, like, all
sure.
right, you've successfully, figured out how to not deal with it, but to overcome.
Yeah, and what I'll say is a lot of times it's actually there's a going through that occurs, right? And that's the difference for me these days is, there's no sidestepping. What I used to do was try to sidestep, and now what I try to do is there's some things there is some ability to overcome, and then there's some of it is I really need to learn to befriend the things that I couldn't be a friend to.
Right. Yeah.
Which is like my own, which is where I ended up really in the Buddhist realm of things, but I don't even like consider myself a Buddhist. I consider myself a Dharma practitioner. Like I want this common understanding that arises out of that spiritual lineage. Is the biggest problems I have is that I take things personally, or like the impersonal, that I have a different
AP6750.
What's that?
Hello.
Oh, trying to think. Man.
Where are you coming from, KP? We see you there.
Like I feel like I might know that name, the handle.
Yeah. But continue.
Let me try the 15 on the side.
Ooh,
Man, good on those kick shots.
I know. I'm gonna have to get more creative here on my defenses, because you put me in a really bad spot this last year.
Yeah. So what I really work with on the daily basis, what really helps me is I need to look at the fact that.
We got new friend.
Got new one?
He is from the UK. Oh, never mind. He's over there. You can read it.
Okay. What's up? Coming from across the pond.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for joining. So what I look at is my biggest issues in my life are that I take things personally. I always making things about me or somebody's doing this to me. That I have a difficult time with change. The reality that things are the only constant is change. Nice. Look at that. Oh, that was great. That I need to understand that things are always going to change. Sometimes they're going to get better. Sometimes they're going to get worse.
Right.
And then the other one is, dude, life is just sometimes unsatisfactory. There is no guarantee that life is here to make me happy. That's what they call those in my spiritual practices is the 3 marks of existence. If you have taken birth in the human body, you're going to deal with shit like this.
Right.
You're going to take things personally. You're going to have a difficult time with impermanence. And you're going to find aspects of life unsatisfactory. And if you come to terms with that, then you realize that, like, you can't put your hands all over everything and play God, which is, what I tried to do with substances for a long time. Is if I could just get enough of this and I don't have to feel that, I'd be okay. The reality is I can't stay on something 24/7.
Yeah.
I have to, at some point, realize that the drugs are going to wear off. I've got to confront reality. And all the years that I struggled, that was the exact opposite of what I was willing to do.
Well, I'm gonna make you work for it.
All right. Not going to hurt my feelings that much. I've did you dirty a couple times already. So.
All right. Did I get the cut? No, I didn't hit it.
Oh, look at
I didn't hit
this.
that hard.
Look at this.
All right. What's happening? Well, we appreciate you stopping on in. If you don't know who either one of us are, my name's Tim. I'm with the Ducati Dads, and this is Joe.
Author, person in recovery, advocate, mindfulness teacher, dad, pool player as well.
Yeah.
A couple hats.
Yeah. And one of the missions with the Ducati Dads is mental health and helping out in that whole realm. And Joe has come on and told us a story. If you caught us, like, we're 3/4 of the way. We've been live for three hours right now. We've been live. When we started out with his beginning story to now we're looking at where the
kind of the big picture. Like, what are we seeing in the community? How do we help the community? I mean, I want to be clear, as I think there's a lot of desires, people looking for, like, what is the magic bullet? Like, we don't have one. What we have is a long road of whole village work ahead of us to really, to support our community members, to support our family members that are going through the behavioral health struggles at any given time. And so how we advocate, how we bring that awareness, that's I think we're kind of in the meat of that right now.
Oh, KP, that is amazing. So he says that it's crazy. He's been watching loads of random live streams, some weird stuff. And then he came across this one, and he's been on the recovery thing for the last 2 years.
Right on. Congrats. Great work. Thanks for sharing that, too. I appreciate that vulnerability of coming to the space and talking about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to recover out loud, that there's a statement of recover out loud so others don't die in silence. Some of it's cliche, but, there's some validity to that. As well, the more that we talk about this, the more we realize that it's far more common than we might desire to know,
Exactly.
So,
yeah. So, as I was getting ready to say, if you subscribe to our YouTube channel, the Ducati Dads, should be a link somewhere depending on where you're watching from. Right now, we are currently live on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram, and this video will be put together so you'll be able to see the entire conversation on YouTube later on this week. But we're going to continue here. We're going to continue our conversation, and you are going to try to do some magic with that 15 ball.
I got excited. I was like, oh, I just saw the 8 ball over there. I still got that.
Not that easy. Not that.
Oh, boy. Well, let's try. Man, I am gonna try to kick the 15 up and then try to decide. Let's see what
I like
it.
Oh.
Well,
I was gonna say we're gonna have a highlight reel.
yeah, I think do we get like the the Mosconi Cup? Can I get like the 6-hour breakdown in 25 minutes with 100 pounds?
Right? Oh man. See, I got a problem here. Add the stage. There we go. We are back. Sorry about that. We had a little technical difficulty.
Hopefully, I don't have one on the 8-ball here.
Pretty sure you're gonna nail it. Yeah. All right.
It's awfully narrow though. I'm staring down.
Right. All right, we are back.
I mean, I think we got on the, covered a bit of ground on the fentanyl stuff. We're talking a little bit about.
So now you've got some partners here in that all are on the same mission that you are. But what is your overall mission? Like, you get down to it. What is your mission?
Oh man, that's a great question. I was actually thought through what do I want to be when I grow up,
Well, I'm pretty sure that when 15-year-old Joe, when he was asked, "Hey Joe, what do you want to be when you grow up?" This was not it.
This would have never been. I mean, the military wouldn't have been part of it. Even the substance use at the time would have been a little unknown. That I would have ended up, experiencing homelessness and all of that. So, I think to your question is, it's definitely it evolves. I'll tell you that but I think the core, the fundamental foundational driving piece of it all is the same as I don't want somebody to have to go through the stuff I went through for as long as I did because of a lack of awareness, because of a lack of support. And some of it is because we do need to step up available resources that people need. I mean, we have a lot of stuff around here. We're in a very concentrated corridor communities that have a lot of resources. And I think it's also, the biggest thing for me is advocacy. Now, what I'm comfortable with in advocacy now versus when I was in early recovery, and I wrote the book, and I would say yes to every possible thing that somebody had me in. For me, is my mission, I guess, is to stay somewhat relevant in this field. I haven't used the substances that people are using out there right now. Really, I was never big on crystal meth. I've used it. I barely ever got a chance to use fentanyl. So, how relevant am I? How much can I offer on the current drug trend? So I have to do a lot of continuing education. The aspect of what we're here to do and try to flag for people is kind of the same. But it's also like, you know, we trying to advocate for the resources we need to address the current drug crisis. So, you know, when we had heroin out there, I knew a lot of people that could go post themselves up in a hotel room for a few days, get some creature comforts and kick dope in there. Like, I don't know a lot of people that can come off of fentanyl, you know, really easily without some kind of support, some kind of medication. There's some people out there, there always have been. But, you know, what we want to do is we want to be able to, you know, what I advocate for is the increase in the treatment that people need. And a big part of that is also is making sure that people get treatment at just mental health, not substance use treatment, because mental health is often an underlying circumstance. I see a lot of folks that they use methamphetamine, and a lot of them would ideally be on what you would call some type of stimulant medication, like maybe ADHD medication or something like that. And for whatever reason is they're not getting that right now. And so they're doing what they can to best medicate their mental health, which a lot of times looks like illicit substances. And so I think a big piece of it is for one is addressing mental health, getting people on the medication that they need to be on, that they might not be able to get. Addressing, yes.
Okay.
Addressing chronic health concerns that lead people to use other substances like opioids to address pain, right? And get people on like pain medication that might curb their need to use illicit substances. And then like getting people actually access to the treatment that's good for them. Yeah. You know, that it's actually person centered, you know, like, it's easy for me to find treatment that the people that are talking to me about my condition look like me, share some of my experiences, competencies. So, I've got some friends that, you know, they've come through the court programs, they're in the recovery community, and, you know, they're Black, maybe they're Latinx, and there's cultural understandings, sometimes there's deeper shame in certain cultures, certain Asian cultures. I've had some friends that, just even around drinking is being Korean, if you can't hold your booze, you know, like the alienation in those things. And so being able to also find competent treatment resources that can, like, you know, that's not the issue in my family. Substance use is pretty normalized, but, you know, if I came from a Korean background or some African diaspora or something where it's really deeply shamed and stuff like that, how do you recover from that if you're not even welcome back in your own community? You know, what are you recovering from and then to? You know, where do I go to keep this at that point? So those are some of the complexities of, I think really, you know, it's a lot of what I advocate for is appropriate care that doesn't exist for certain populations right now. Like more of abundance of it. A lot of it too is it's advocating for rural services too. Is, you know, you look at like Appalachia, right? And so, you know, this is, I mean, to be transparent is, you know, there's a political impact in Appalachia right now with a lot of pulled funding on certain emergency services, hospitals and things like that. Now, this is a population of people, miners, coal miners, things like that their life is, it's very much, there's a lot of pain, there's a lot of prescribing, and now they crack down on prescribing. You have people living with chronic pain. They're still needing to medicate that chronic pain. That hasn't gone away. Now they're using whatever substances are available to them, but now Medicaid funding or funding for certain types of services for people that may be out of work and things. Now they can't get the care that they need, you know? And so now we've compounded the issue. And so this is where we get into, you know, without having to get into too much of the politics of it, is this is where advocacy in the community is needed. This is where everybody gets a chance to get involved. Is you got to understand what's being funded and why, and if not, why isn't it? Because if the need in your community is the substance use is through the roof, and you have people that are able to get into a withdrawal management, medically managed withdrawal, or like a detox, what some people would call it. But then they go in there and they detox off of opioids like fentanyl, but then they can't get into a 28-day, a 60-day treatment stay right from detox. Now you have a person whose tolerance is way down, they don't have the tools and the resources for treatment yet. Now, if they go out and pick up that substance in the community, their increased mortality rates are like 1,200%. You know, and so we got to look at where are we actually failing our community by not having a transition in services. And sometimes it's things as simple as rural communities not having public transportation services to get to daily medication things. You know, these are issues of equity and accessibility that actually at times, contrary to certain popular narratives in political spaces, actually are wrong. It's actually certain populations that don't get as stigmatized are actually the ones suffering the most. Senior citizens, the alarming rate of senior citizens that were dying because of overprescribing and being written off as dying of old age instead of an overdose. Things like that is, you know, we didn't tell the best stories for a certain period of time. Oh no.
Oh,
Great follow through.
hey, it's a pure stroke.
Right? I was dead in there. Two for one, yeah.
Now let's see here.
So a lot of like what I advocate for is accessibility to the thing. People say people just don't want treatment. Well, have you tried to navigate getting into treatment? Do you even know what that looks like? I do. I try to get people into treatment 5-6 times a week in the work that I do.
Right.
And does it always happen? Not really. And I have an assessor that works for the county that goes into the jails and does it. But sometimes the judge says, "Now I want my time from that person." Well, if you can't keep drugs out of the jail, the person's tolerance is down, the drugs end up, you know, and so you got to start looking at, you know, are people in the safest places that and they say, you know, we want to stop them from being on the community hurting other people, but like the jails are just as volatile with the drugs. Is that the safest place, you know? And so I think we need an integration of accountability through jails and things like that. Actually, like longer term treatment stays, you know, for people to, if you think about something that you spent 15 years doing, do you think you're going to undo it in 28 days? So how is somebody who's been shooting dope for 15 years going to go in and stop doing something in 28 days? You know, I went to treatment 4 or 5 times before I got strung together more than a year on my first.
Well, that and you. Some of it is also like you had the aha moment of, I don't like this cycle. I don't like the person that I currently am.
I did. I got sick and tired of being sick and tired in a sense, you know? Yeah.
So you essentially, the solution is to try to help people find that aha moment.
Yeah.
You know?
And the court was one way of doing it, because how many people go through traditional mainstream court and all they do is get the drug charge, they go do the time, they get the new felony, they get the new points, and then they go back in, they go faster and faster, but you don't give them the resource, right? So nothing changes if nothing changes. I ended up in the system, they say, you're living out of doors, you're a regular heroin user, man, imagine what, you know, recovery-oriented housing and a little bit of treatment and some structure might do for you. Look what it did for me.
Well, and for you, it was, I think you were looking for purpose.
I did. I lost the last little bit of it that I had. And I'm telling you, like, if you don't have meaning and purpose in this life, dude, you're going to be sorely uncomfortable in 1,000 regards. Drugs might just be one of the ways we respond, you know?
Right.
People work too much in jobs that they don't, you know, like to try to be seen, to try to get a purpose. You know, they end up in codependent relationships that are destructive because caring for somebody else instead of me, it's purpose, right? You know, like, nothing like overall.
Oh, never mind. I got it. I thought that was perfectly eclipsed. So I was like, man, I knew I should have just hit it harder because then when it came out to here, I should have played to come out to the center of the table, but
Give yourself a couple pocket options.
well, yeah. And sometimes you got to go further than what you were expecting you needed to.
I've had that happen a couple of times where I'm like, well, if I don't like the side, now I've got the corner pocket too.
So I was trying to play to such a small area here, coming off of a thin angle, right?
Yeah.
You think that this right here is a wide open. You got tons of room.
Getting in there,
Whereas-
getting in there, and getting your line of sight that you want.
Whereas this right here, though
Yeah.
it might be a little bit further away, is a lot safer than having half the ball that you're trying to shoot.
Yeah, and you're trying to put some throw probably to get into the side. And
Well, that and then like I got Great Wall of China already. But this is where like we were just talking, you know, not like if I was playing
a lot still,
Yeah.
I would have recognized this immediately, been like, all right, I got to hit it, just tap it harder.
Yeah.
Get out to the center of the table. Don't try to play for the short little position here. But because I don't play this much anymore, I'm just like, oh, I can make that ball, and the ball, I've got this wide open area over here between the 2 and the 5.
It's nice when the part of I haven't played in a while shows up on the game-winning ball, right?
You're like, shut up, man. I'm over here sitting. You're right there shooting.
That's all right. It's all good.
Yeah.
Nice. Good out.
But
That whole navigating life and
how pool relates to a lot of what we're talking about was where I was going with that. You were just talking about how, tolerance.
Well, and that's it, and what it really comes down to is, let me say for me, but I do think this is kind of a universal applicability, is like a lot of my use was my inability to tolerate my circumstances, and using drugs made them a little bit more tolerable until the drugs are out.
So, Joe, you got a fan over here.
Oh yeah?
Yep. Amanda.
What's up, Amanda?
She says that she wants to co-star with you.
Oh my God, Amanda would be great to have on.
Yeah.
Here. Amanda does some work with me.
She says, "What a
Beautiful
fun
work.
way." She says, "What a fun way to do a podcast." I want to co-star in a podcast with you sometime, Joe.
Amanda, we have to. We've got to.
Gotta talk to her.
Sorry, I know you're over on this one. Thank you for joining in. And yes, don't threaten me with a good time. I would do a podcast with you in a heartbeat.
Right.
Man, incredible, amazing advocate. Oh my God. Yeah. So a bucket of people that I'm plugging you in with is like, yeah, you get to work with some beautiful people like Amanda. Yeah.
Nice.
Unbelievable work in a very difficult area. She's one of the gifts to my team. She works parallel, adjacent to us a lot of time with the same folks. You could, that would be a robust conversation. I can tell you that.
Nice. Well, what we're doing here, anybody who's just now coming in, my name's Tim. I'm with the Ducati Dads. I also work with an amazing organization called Remix Recovery, which is part of the Remix Racing Project, a Moto America national motorcycle organization. Organization that is in the mental health and addiction recovery space, but on a national level. And we're working on taking our message nationally this year during the Moto America season. So if you're interested in getting involved, go ahead and email me at ridewithus at the Ducati Dads. If you know Joe, you want to reach out to Joe, and you can visit Remix Recovery online. We've got their link down in the description. We're going to continue on.
Yeah. So a big thanks again for having me today, man.
Oh, yeah.
And just also thanks to everybody who's joined in. It's nice to see some familiar names and faces. And I know some of them are local, some of them are not. I just appreciate anybody. This is literally, the impact is, just because this stuff, it holds true no matter where you are. We're seeing this. We're seeing the dis-ease and the human experience and the various ways that people trying to deal with that and the ways that our society's responding. That is alive and unwell, maybe is the word.
Yeah. Well,
Right
we can
now,
talk
but-
about this anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Now we're talking
Yeah.
about it in a basement next to a pool table. you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. I mean, I started in a basement in my parents' house growing up. That's where a lot of the substance use started. I mean, the table has been a central access point of some of the best and worst of times of my life.
Yeah.
And again, it's all relational, right? It depends on what relationship I'm in with myself, what relationship I'm in with the community around me, and if that involves substances and other things that are taken away from me doing things a little bit more skillful and constructive in my life. And billiards is a nice way to channel that, but it hasn't always been. I've had the substances mixed in with the game plenty of times, and
You're good. You are good. I was not going to break while you're standing there
I
talking.
was like, yeah, let me get out of the way though a little bit.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to break while you're standing right there.
I don't want to get hit with that cue all the way and be flying with,
Yeah, right.
some smashing going on.
You know, it's gonna be really interesting. So I have no idea what it sounds like when we break with the microphones, where they're at. Let's see. And did that little body English help me? That one didn't.
That band,
But I
yeah.
had clear the racking there.
I was like, there was the last person I seen hop like that, Jeanette Lee. You ever seen her break?
Oh yeah. I was trying to put some power and control. Now I'm feeling like I should have just hit it harder.
That's always a good solution, right?
Yeah. Nice.
Oh, beautiful weave, not really. Yeah, I didn't think
I'm watching it over here. Oh, we appreciate everybody who's watching, everybody who's hitting the like button. Please share this. Joe's got an incredible story that we really want to get. Oh, his message is something special.
Yeah, what do you want to touch on now?
So, how about we talk about some of the amazing people that you've met through this journey and where you're at right now, like Amanda?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's it, man. It's, there's folks that people know, and then there's kind of also me nerding and geeking out on people that have been important to me in my recovery. Like I said, if you were my dealer, I was probably trying to sleep on his couch, and if you were part of my solution, I was trying to get close to you too. So, I'll mention some names, and some of them might not have much meaning to folks here, but hopefully the way that I can talk about it will make a little bit more sense.
Okay.
Grab a seat over here. So, I mentioned early recovery, walking in like my day after coming out of jail and seeing a famous recording artist from the area, in a meeting. And that was a big deal because, we do have a very rich musical history here in the Pacific Northwest. And,
Like the most rich.
and and there's a lot of tragedy in that, right? So there's, we're talking about the grunge scene. I grew up, and man, I was like, I had recordings of when Kurt Cobain died, down there in Madrona or Madison Park or whatever.
Yeah.
I was like, my dad recorded it on TV. I was a huge Alice in Chains fan, and so, and still am, and some of what this looked like is, so for instance, for my new book, I did a lot of reflecting in the beginning about when I heard that Lane Staley was found dead in his U District condo back in 2002. I had not quite joined the Navy yet. I was about 3 months away, and I was listening to Alice in Chains. I was actually driving into work in the morning as a car detailer, and cross side.
Oh. It'd be fun. A Banks game.
A Banks game? Oh yeah. Could do that next.
I mean, you're gonna. I can already tell by.
I need a little guidance on it again. It's been a while since I played.
Assessing your skills here on an unfamiliar table.
a little Banks game, I guess.
I'm like, that'd be fun because I like a challenge and I like jumping into things I'm not familiar with.
Yeah.
But I think that would be fun for the viewers to watch too.
Nice.
All right, there's that.
Yeah, so when I started writing my second book that I'm in the process of, and it's like a sure title if I had one picked out, but I've been flopping between, like I said, the content's done, but I did a dedication at the beginning to Lane Staley. So, and his music is those last few months that I was out there in the streets of Seattle I actually managed to keep a podcast, or excuse me, not a podcast, an iPod. One of the old original ones with like a little spinning wheel thing.
Oh, I had one.
Yeah, and it was like there was very few things loaded up onto it. And I happened to have some Alice in Chains albums and Mad Season, the other band he was in with Mike McCready from Pearl Jam, who's also in recovery. He's somebody who's pretty open about that. And, you can see him and Tuff McKagan from Guns N' Roses in our area. He's in recovery. These are people, you could bump into in certain spaces, and I have. And,
right.
you know, so I wrote the reflection and dedication about Lane Staley from Alice in Chains, and there's a dedication page every year. His mom posted stuff on this remembrance website, and people get together at the Seattle Center at the fountain, and they have a big remembrance day for Lane. And so I ended up.
apologize in advance.
Oh, you're not that sorry.
That bank was pretty close.
I'm gonna try the 15 at the corner. Oh, I got on it too much trying to come up. So I reached out to his mom, Nancy,
Yeah.
who it was kind of unbeknownst to me, had actually worked for Therapeutic Health Services, the first company that I worked for, the one that contracted me with drug court and early recovery. So she was actually working with Therapeutic Health Services when Lane died. And so anyways, I reached out to her via the website to ask if I could, put some lyrics, and I wanted to make her aware I was going to do this dedication. And it was pretty cool is that about a few months later, after communicating with her about my desire to do that, is we ended up getting together. I got a picture of me and Lane Staley's mom at the Seattle Center, doing nice job, doing attending the tribute event. But I got a picture of me and my daughter with Lane's mom, which was just kind of, again, it's like to get as close to these people that meant so much to me in my life and my recovery. And there was just these synchronicities of, she worked at the same place that I did, and I had offered to, when I published the book, that donating a certain percentage of the sales to the Lane Staley Memorial Fund, which helps send artists that need treatment, artists of various kinds here in the Seattle area, to afford to fund them to go to treatment if they don't have the money. And so I looked at doing some proceeds from my book when this one comes out. That was pretty incredible. And I mean, and then the last time I went out to mobilize recovery, a friend, I think is a little bit of a loose term, but a very sound acquaintance of mine, Ryan Hampton. He's written a few books, and he started Mobilize Recovery maybe about 8 years ago, and he's gotten a lot of really, really incredible people together.
Oh, I knew it.
For some of the big recovery events. And so, like Eddie Pepitone, he was in, I think he had a couple cameos in Always Sunny in Philadelphia. He was in Old School with Will Ferrell. He's a longtime comedian. Anyways, he did one of the comedy shows at our first recovery event thing. And then I think when I was at the Mobilize Recovery in DC back in 2023, met what's his name? Patrick Kennedy. He's in recovery.
Oh, yeah.
Tim Waltz, who's Kamala Harris's husband at the time. Macklemore was there, who I've known from this area a little bit, so I got a chance to bump into them there. He was somebody I was familiar with. They streamed in Elton John on one of those one time. I mean, didn't get a chance to meet him, but this was because Elton John's in recovery. He wanted to support this thing, and he had, personalized message and engage. So it was just kind of, realizing that it's also a lot of these people are just living the same regular lives that we are. Incredible, amazing individuals, but also to be able to be in a designated space for, I say, people like me.
Well, I think that being whether it's a phone call, a video call, or anything with Elton John, I mean, that's
It's a little
incredible.
trippy.
Yeah, but it's also intimidating at the same time.
Well, yeah, and he was huge. He was on this massive projector screen, and we're all sitting there, and it was kind of, and he's like, "Hey, Mobilize Recovery," and it was a personalized thing. It wasn't like it was talking to me, but there was a couple hundred of us there, and it was kind of like,
You're all the same mission though, so it wasn't
Yeah.
talking to you.
It did. You're right. It is. And it was it was a trip though, because you're like, man, I've grown up listening to this guy's music. I didn't even know the life I was going to start leading when I was listening to his stuff, and I didn't know the life that he was leading.
He's an incredible human.
Oh yeah. Great, wonderful music. A lot of it written from a place of difficulty, hardship, and success.
But he's also He's also been very humble.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, just listening to interviews with him, he talks to everybody like they're, like just a normal person. And not like somebody who's had more freaking, big selling albums than
Oh man, yeah. I mean, you name it. He's got the credential reference list leading into an intro. Like, where do you start for a guy like that?
It stays relevant all the time.
Yeah,
He could go legitimately. He could go and release a brand new album tomorrow.
yeah, and then
Right.
it would go to the top of the
It
charts. You wouldn't even have to know what was in it yet,
No, I mean, he's just supremely talented and gives back so many different ways. Like I said, he's a very humble individual, and anything that he touches is turns to gold. And it's not just because of his name;
Yeah. Oh yeah.
it's because the effort that he puts into
It's just the way he lives,
his work ethic. And
yeah, his way of being and moving through a world that is very complex and those are the things that I think is really what's beautiful about it, right? Is I got into meditation and did yoga in early recovery because it helped me get through my time in custody. And I mean, I didn't do hard time, but I had never been, I've barely ever been arrested before until I was damn near 30, and so it was kind of like, well, you might need to get used to this because you suck at living like anybody else. It's because I gotta find some humor in this shit too, because for how long I lived that way, if I can't find some humor in it, man, then
I mean, you gotta laugh. If you can't turn and laugh at yourself when you were in that, like, they're like, man,
oh yeah,
I really screwed up. Where did the
check it.
and you gotta be able to do that.
Dude, like the ridiculousness of some of the stuff I did so many times. People
And
said,
have you got away with it?
"Oh yeah, dude." If I tell you some of the stuff I did when I was like, I mean, it's hilarious, and if it actually is some of it's funny, some of it's heartbreaking, some of it's heartwarming. Like surviving again, like I said, like surviving with people that understood the way that I was living and the way that I was alienated. Was one of the most beautiful things. I thought that I was the only one left in the world. I would be dead if it weren't for other people that were, like I said, I don't like the term addicts, but if it weren't for other addicts like me living out there at the time, I would have never survived. Because there's other people that were like literally swimming in the same, shark infested waters, for lack of a better term.
Exactly.
Here's where you go for a disaster blanket when it's cold out. Here's where you can get a sandwich. Here's where you can get some water. Here's a bathroom you can use. And then, only to find myself in jail, grateful to have a toilet and running water, because I literally didn't have it living out of doors.
Well, yeah, you were in a better situation.
I wasn't even allowed in half of them because I was stealing from most of them. But
Yeah. But I mean, in talking about that,
wow,
I
you
was
want to
young-
make everything, huh?
when I was younger, I was really big into street races, like really big.
Sure.
It was like football Sunday, but football comes on for most people, like myself. Like, I'm always looking forward to Sunday.
Yeah.
Back when I was a young kid, I was always looking forward to Friday and Saturday night down in Kent
Oh yeah.
every week.
Was that the West Valley Highway where they have all the signs now?
They're all over the valley. All over the valley, wherever it says racing between this time and this time.
Oh yeah.
Or racing prohibited, racing attendance prohibited. Those came up after my
As a
time
response to Tim's attendance.
or participation. I mean, thankfully nothing catastrophic happened. I'm really close to this microphone, so I apologize to everybody.
Just do some heavy breathing while you're there.
But I would, my whole week would be dedicated to preparing.
Yeah, Friday, Saturday, right?
Yeah.
It's out there on the horizon.
Which is something,
Yeah.
it could be modifying my car one way or another, or trying to scrounge up enough gas money because I was a young kid, working at Target.
Oh yeah.
So,
Seven went down.
okay.
Scratch those.
We're up here. I'm so scared.
Oh, sorry. I've been putting them on the cue ball to let you know, but yeah.
Oh. No. You scratched off the brake, and I was jumping down there like it was scratched off the table. like an old part of the game.
Oh, do you play kitchen?
I thought we were playing kitchen.
Oh, I used to do ball and hand.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
well, that makes it easier.
I'm on all that, all the damn World 9-ball match room, whatever everybody's doing everywhere else.
Hey, man, we're not putting the 9 on the spot right now.
No, yeah. I don't want to stress that.
Imagine playing 9-ball.
I set my table up with the World 9-ball break box when I was prepping. I still have the lines on the table, and I was playing with the 9 on the spot, prepping for those tournaments.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
It
on a
really
7-foot
changes
table,
things.
on a 7-foot table, I don't think it worked very well.
Yeah, bringing the rack further up the table. It's like having the pitcher go from 90 feet from the bottom to 60.
Right. I did not get any draw on it. So all that awkwardness there, the muscle strain in my forearm.
What was it worth?
None of it was worth it.
Oh my god. Yeah, I think some of the other things that the other gifts I've had is I've just I've gotten to know in the area. There's several lawmakers, several politicians, reps, senators that they represent these agendas, down at the Capitol and those things. And it's a couple years ago there was somebody running for Attorney General, and she was a big advocate for drug courts. Monica Dingra.
Okay.
And I thought I was getting like a generic message in LinkedIn, and I actually got a direct message from her personally inviting me to our state reps' house down here in Tacoma for a campaign launch. And it turns out that she's this person, the senator, whatever, was in charge of the budget committee, and then her husband was was a veteran, and she wanted to do some work in the Tacoma area on behavioral health stuff. And I mean, it was just people of influence, people of means, of ability to maybe rewrite the way that we do things here in our community.
Yeah.
Like being able to be in the company of those people, it's like no matter if people don't know them, like those were huge deals to me, because I'm like, finally being invited to a table
With people who actually
to make the decisions rather than somebody making them for me and
Yeah.
then saying, here, live with the decision, is always what, good advocates is. If the if there's not a seat at the table, build a new one or go in there and flip that son of a bitch. And it's really what it comes down to. Is it's a lot of times it's people thinking they know what's best for us and they've never been impacted by this stuff.
Yeah.
Or they have one monolithic experience of, well, my cousin got arrested and he did 5 years in the joint and he came out and never did it again. Okay, like is that for everybody? Like some people might respond well, others maybe not so much. And so again, it's just not looking at the magic bullet, but what works for you and why? And if not, what's the thing that you think is missing? How do we fund that? How do we find that for you? And then
Well,
it's
that's what I end up doing with almost everything that I've done with what YouTube has enabled me to do, and that's where that motivational piece, right? That
Yeah.
I'm talking about. But it's don't take no as the final answer.
exactly.
If what you're going after is worth the time the energy that you're spending on it, there's got to be a way to come to a yes.
Yeah.
As long as it's obviously ethical and whatnot, right?
Well, there's compromise too. Is it's like we like again is it's talking about some of this game is you don't always get the ideal thing. Now, work super hard for something that can't really happen, but because you've seen it somewhere else, like I've seen this layout, but there's actually no possible way to produce that on this table.
Yeah.
So what do you do? Is it's like you don't choose not to take public transportation because it doesn't get you all the way there. Does it get you closer to your destination? And realizing that sometimes the fight is having to accept a little bit of what's not totally ideal because it's not everything you wanted, but it's not everything you wanted. And a lot of times the political landscape in the reality of getting things funded and new services stood up is not it's not wildly popular, to produce a new tax and fund something when somebody's not impacted by it.
Well, I mean, I know we don't want to get into too much in the weeds with politics.
Yeah.
But here in this state, we've seen so many taxes that have been implemented without our permission.
And who's it getting passed down to? A lot of is people that like literally like they can't afford to have another like 20 cents coming out of their check, you know, because of like, you know, so a lot of these services at times
Yeah.
are things that, you know, lower income people that are under certain types of stress and stuff are gonna need because they don't have like the, you know, the killer insurance and, you know, a family member, nice shot, that can afford to cover the cost of $30,000 for 28 days of treatment.
Right.
Because you don't have Medicaid, you know, like there's a lot of different considerations out there. And so again, is like, you know, realizing, you know, your lawmakers and I spend a lot of time with people on both sides of the political aisle because some people just champion this stuff from a place of reality and humanity better than others because they've unfortunately been impacted. I'm sorry, like the special qualifiers, you lost a loved one. And that's the reality of sometimes why it makes somebody a better ally in this. And also at times the most, you know, unseen, unpredictable ally. And that's why I feel like
about forcing a situation.
I mean, there's a way to make that ain't go after the one.
There is. There is.
There's a lot of things there.
Or I can just go because this is a fun game. I can go and jump the cue ball into the 8 ball to make the 8 ball jump over the 1 ball and into the block.
You can do that. I mean, I'm here for it. If you get it's on video if it goes down. So it's not going to be up to the pressure. Tim was lying.
The pressure. Oh, the pressure. All right, so let's see. This is such a short jump, but
I got a trick shot like this where it's like I jump over and then it parts the 2 out of the way for the 8 to go.
right. Oh, I missed you. At least I didn't
At
scratch.
least it's a legal hit.
Oh man, all that build up in that. That's an amateur for you.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's just getting engaged at the local level is what matters. And then, you know, like before you know it is your voice becomes the important one that everybody looks up to.
Right.
You know, and it's weird as I've gone into spaces and by no means it's not what I wanted. Not bragging about. People are like, oh, you're that guy, you're the author from down there you worked at, like, and it was kind of cool because it was better than being known for a lot of the other older stuff that I used to, but it was also, I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? I'm like, yeah, you know, like, yeah, then I'm like, no, I'm not an author, you know, but like, yeah, my stuff's on him, you know, and it's, to me, is just trying to be humble and I just want to help. And at the same time, this is the way this landscape goes is, I'm watching a friend of mine right now that I'm down here in Tacoma, Pierce County, I'm trying to be on like committees and stuff down this way that make more sense for me to do work in my community.
Yeah.
And I got a buddy he's up there in Seattle and I'm like watching his journey looks just like mine 10 years ago.
Okay.
He's getting invited for keynote speeches, he's getting invited to podcasts, he's getting write-ups in the newspaper. And I'm like, I love that for him because he's coming out of that most recent the drug trends that I didn't know. He's better equipped to be out there talking about it and doing that the frontline advocacy. Like I'm ready to do a lot more of just I have the patience and tolerance if I can be a proverbial punching bag to a politician who's not bought in on something. I have the skin at this point to be able to take that. Where maybe in early recovery, those things would have put me back out. It would have hurt me, you know. Yeah, it hit me up.
You would have reacted with that Italian anger.
Oh yeah. It would have got me in a lot of trouble, and I wouldn't have been invited back to them.
Don't talk to me like that.
Oh man.
Oh, I could see it. I could see some of the Italian fire breaking.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so it's, you know, like, and it's funny because it's like sometimes it just starts to happen overnight. You're like, you know, like, whoa, that's kind of weird. And you know, so what I try to do now is I'm trying to change the nature of a lot of like what's not working in space, like the anti-stigma and stuff like that. So
yeah,
I like to really. Oh, did I get enough?
Yeah, you're there.
So I like to go, like I spoke on a panel down here in August with with the opioid task force.
I think you're being nice.
No, I'm not being nice to them. Yeah. So I got a chance to go to the opioid. What was it? The opioid summit, Tacoma Pierce County Opioid Summit. Back in late July, early August. And, nice out. I got invited to be on a panel.
Let's play some games.
Okay, let's do that. It's just a 9-ball racket.
Yep, yep.
And
So what is that? 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, there we go. Doesn't have to be any particular numbers. Literally, it's first to
it's a 5.
5. Yeah.
And it can't be kicks. They got to be legit banks.
Everything's gonna be a bank. Can't be a kiss. Can't go and carry them off of another ball. It's gonna be a clean. At least according to Derby.
That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, you have to like make it known if it's not, going 3 or something. But,
And after your turn or until you can't continue, so say I make 4 balls off the break or 5, don't bank out the ones that are there, and then you spawn up.
everything else.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. See, and that's the thing is I play it a couple times.
Shane went broke and made 4 balls off the break. Then yeah, so he made 5 balls off the break.
So they had to run 4 away for something to come up, and then oh my god, what a trip!
All right, now let's see. But yeah, no. So sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
But anyways, all right. So, what's your message out there to anybody who's going through, anything in this? Like they're struggling. Like they want to get better, but they don't know how. Like they keep falling back into that cycle where they feel like they're constantly drowning. And they want to way out, but they keep getting drawn back into the situation that they're in.
Yeah, it's hard. There's a lot of considerations. I think some of this stuff is, first and foremost, I always loved is, if you're going through hell, keep going. Why the hell would you stop there? You know what I mean? And again, cliche kind of pocket one-liners, but for some people they really work, right? Like just one day at a time, those kind of things. And what I really think is it's like, yeah, because I've been there in that space of I just can't do this. I don't get it. Like, what the hell's wrong with me? You know what I mean? And do we have to bring up the one that you made, right?
Is that not yet? Because we still got enough.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Let's try the 2 back.
Okay.
Wow. Kind of too, trying to take an inventory of like what things have you tried if you're having a hard time. What have you tried? If you try, a lot of times people be like, try going to AA, try going to NA.
No.
That means, what does that mean? Oh, right? Or something?
Yeah.
Is it ball in hand?
Yeah. Okay. Ball in hand. I don't. Gotta put some coins there or something.
14. I think, time. What's that?
Virginia is watching.
Virginia.
Shares the same last name as you.
Oh, hey, what's up? Jenny, what's happening? Good to see a family member from the East Coast there.
Okay, all right. Nice.
Pouring in, playing some bank pool.
Yeah.
You're like, who's that?
Jenny's dad is my Uncle Tommy. He was actually an incredible straight pool player.
Oh, really?
Incredible straight pool player. Good night baller too. Passed away some years ago, but I got a chance to play him down in Cali before he passed. And but my dad would tell me stories about him.
I won ball, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so your dad would tell you stories.
Yeah, about Jenny's dad, my Uncle Tommy, and yeah, he was a pool legend. Nice shot.
I made one.
Yeah, so that I think it's it's important for people to continue to look at the things that they've done to try to to get treatment, to get well. Oh wow, nice shot.
That was rowdy.
Yeah, I know. It was I had second thoughts. I'm kind of looking at have I gone to treatment? Have I tried if I'm an opioid user? Have I tried medication? Have I not tried medication? Have I tried a certain kind of medication? Kind of the same thing with mental health too. Is it's and I see this a lot. Certain folks, that especially when it comes to like the mental health stuff, is some folks will like I tried the medication for like a week and then it didn't work, and it's like mental health medications often take a good like a month or something to really take root in your system, in your body before they really start seeing the results. And so it's also trying to be kind with ourselves, but also are we giving things enough time to kind of come to fruition? And I think again is one of the biggest pieces of finding help that sticks is so used to the landscape of clinical social work and things like that being like, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this, and never having anybody to walk alongside you to show you here's how you do it. And so you have this massive influx of peer support services, which arose out of the mental health space in the late 80s or so. It was people that had been a consumer of mental health services. They figured we're like the best people suited to help other people coming through this. No shit. And so we see a lot of that in substance use treatment and those kind of things now is you already have somebody who can tell you need to do all these things for treatment, who can go sit with you at DSHS while you get your social benefits back on, while you're navigating treatment, who can go sit with you at the DOL while you go through trying to get an ID again for the first time. And those places that when you go in with zero resources and you smell like you're still living out of doors and people look at you like you got 10 heads and they start treating you like crap, is having an advocate with you until you learn how to advocate for yourself for the things that you need.
Makes a lot of sense.
It's and there's unfortunately oh my, that's the second time tonight I got my way.
Yeah. Okay, so you're at how many? One, and I'm at one.
Okay.
Yeah, because I made the one ball and then I made the 5 ball.
And then you scratched on one too, right? So that was your bow.
Yeah.
So you have one. Okay.
Yep.
So then we need what? 7. We need 7.
We will need
2, 3, 4, 5.
I got 3 right here. We don't spot them yet, but we're gonna have to once we get it down.
Okay.
So I got 3 here in this pocket, and then we got 2 here, so we need 2 more down here.
2 more down there.
Yeah. Just to prepare.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the peer support stuff is, and that's huge stuff.
Yeah.
Peer support space is huge, but then again, it's like anything else. If peers get overused, they're underpaid a lot of times because it's not what you'd say. I guess it's not it doesn't require a bunch of academia like licensure. There is a certification.
Yeah.
But I think one of the issues with it is they're trying to over certify something that it does so well in the space because it doesn't have a credential like clinical licensure like a social work where there's now a power differential between us. What we're trying to do with peer work is eliminate the power differential in those spaces. Have somebody, again, not a sage on the stage, but a guy on the side, walking alongside.
Okay. Oh, so all right. So we're gonna start wrapping this up here the next whatever we.
Yeah. I know I'll have to get back and do some dinner with the with the fam, and I know you got some stuff going on, but you got yeah.
But I've really enjoyed this talk and everything. And I look forward to talking with you more.
Oh yeah. This has been great, man. It's a great way to do it. I love it.
I love this, man. I love this.
Ooh, that's nice. Beautiful shot.
All right, now we cover up the pattern again. Oh, so close.
All right, let's.
But all right. So where can people find you?
Oh man, where can people find me?
What if somebody is struggling right now? What resources? Where would you recommend that they go?
Man, good question. I'd say if you're here in Washington State right now, for instance, I'd say, one of the best things you can do is, if you're looking to get into treatment, if you're looking for medication, is look up the Washington Recovery Helpline. Great resource. If you have insurance, if you if you're interested in getting on some kind of medication, what I like to do is I've had people in front of me at one of the places I worked where I didn't have a direct path into, residential treatment stays. That's, do you have Medicaid? Okay, you got, Molina, United Healthcare, and I call up the recovery helpline and ask the person, what are the drugs that you use? Try to figure out if there's going to be detox, withdrawal management needed. And then I get them on the phone with the Washington Recovery Alliance. It's like a 1-800 number, and a live person picks up. And I would tell them, hey, I got a guy who wants to go into residential treatment for opioid use. He's using this, this much a day. He'd like to try medication. He's got this insurance. And then what they would do is they kind of run it through these filters. And then they're able to say, this place could probably do the withdrawal management. This place over here, they have open beds, or open admit that somebody could get into. It's because it's really hard to navigate that stuff. So a lot of folks will just be there with their parents and an insurance card, and everybody's got a phone in their hand, and they're calling all these places asking questions, and and there's a central bank, here with the Washington Recovery Helpline, where you can get support for mental health, you can get it for substance use, medications, crisis response for like suicidal ideation. It's a lot of it kind of baked into this one-stop shop.
Oh, like so close.
I keep forgetting I can't be blasted on these pockets the way I do.
Right.
Got those big old 4.5ers on my 9-foot. Yeah, so some other states have their own version of that. What's become more popular in recent years is county coalitions, like a recovery coalition. So King County has a recovery coalition. Pierce County has a recovery coalition. You might reach out to, like, on the national level, Mobilize Recovery. That's the one that my friend Ryan Hampton runs. And then, looking at the ability to maybe find through the Recovery Advocacy Project, the state reps in each state, and try to figure out things that you can do. Maybe that person can highlight some ways to get into treatment, stuff like that. Peer support organizations, a lot of times you can look up peer support near me. We have big organization here in Washington State called Peer Washington. They have Peer Olympia that does peer services for veterans. That's their big focus. Peer Seattle does a big focus on Two-Spirit, LGBTQIA+, like queer community folks. So there's a lot of services for folks living with chronic health conditions like HIV, Hep C, things like that, how to get treatment for those things, how to can actually, live with some of those illnesses, get rid of some of those illnesses these days, like we weren't used to be able to. I'd say peer services, coalitions, large advocacy projects within the states. Those are the things to do. And I think the other thing is family members, and loved ones and friends. Is this time of year is we often get a chance to see that the people we care about are not doing that well. And then it's also, we hear a lot. I've seen a big advocate out of New England, a guy named Stephen Murray. I think I'm on four.
Think
Sounds about right.
missed one. Then I had the 1, 5, and that one. Then there was the one that went in the side.
That two railer
Yeah.
kick thing down, it was that end, yeah. So that put you at 4?
I think.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like, hold on a second, wait, where am I?
Right.
All right, so then this angle from here. My bad. You were on a roll, and I just completely
You're good.
here. That ball should come here. So then tangent to this half diamond, probably to the side line. There we go. If I'm wrong, I'm probably wrong.
We're gonna find out. There will be answers.
Oh!
Oh, yeah. I'm good.
All right. Adjustments need to be made.
Yeah, that's all right. There's room for improvement. That's great. Let's try it back down here.
Let's see, what are you at?
That's not working. Yeah,
How many are you at, Rich?
just one.
What? No
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, I think so. No, two.
Two. Okay. I was like, there's no way.
I forgot about when you gave me down here on the 14. I was able to kick it back.
Right. On here, so be right there. Out right there. 2.
Oh, man.
I did that way too hard. I shortened it up too much.
Oh, call it here.
All right. Ooh, this is cool.
Don't call.
Ah!
Jeez. Well, so then I'm only at 1.
All right. All right.
What? And they just come up one at a time?
Yeah.
As needed.
So I believe, could be wrong, but because you owed one, the one that you made comes up.
Gotcha. Okay.
But since I'd scratched before we had any, we just had to keep a mental tally since we weren't going to bring 10 balls up on the table.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Or no.
Not.
Yes.
Well,
Did I make a mistake? I think I made a mistake.
That's all right.
I should have pulled one. I think I should have pulled that one up. When I
What happened?
scratched. Yeah, because I made the one off the break.
that's like one pocket. Like that's the end of the inning,
okay.
I think.
I
Yeah.
was wrong.
That's all right. That's all right. I'm asking you because I haven't played legitimately on it.
Neither have I. I've just watched a lot.
I know, and I'm like, dude, I want to play one of the bank pool tournaments because I see them all the time now.
Yeah.
Jesse Bergman's been running them.
Dude,
so.
he's been doing an incredible. I remember.
To see what Secret's doing now too.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
and Secret blows my mind. She is such an amazing human. I mean, she's been through a
Yeah.
lot.
Oh yeah. Yeah. She asked me for a copy of my book once for. She was helping run the 9-ball opens up in Seattle, and I was coming through, and she's like, "Hey, I realized you wrote a bring a guy." Then I started hearing more about her journey and stuff too. It was pretty rad.
I should probably get her on here sometime.
Oh man.
Yeah, I played a Scotch doubles tournament with her.
Oh, yeah?
Her out with pretty freaking deep.
Damn.
We didn't even get a chance to like practice with one another. But
Yeah.
we got pretty deep. It came down to a couple poor decisions on my part.
It's generally, there's.
I got a little over eager. And freaking knocked the 8-ball in while we were both on hill.
Oh shoot. Damn.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It was like I said, poor decision making. Got a little over eager. Oh no, my bad. All right. Now I know one. Oh, there you go.
There's that.
All right.
Put it home up to 3 today. That's what I think. Oh, that's
Yeah.
what I expect that.
Trying to think how this.
Ah,
I was gonna say, babe, you can almost make this like one pocket where you just keep setting yourself up for.
right? Yeah, playing right now, and it's going to be back on the spot.
Right. I'm pretty sure there's a rule for it face.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah,
All right.
I've seen
so
one pocket
two,
get
right?
turned into these like never-ending games of Monopoly.
Try to just get the speed right. There's a way to play defense in this game.
Nope. Yeah, I think, for that. The other thing I'll add is one thing that anybody can do is I think, especially this time of year during the holidays and stuff, is when we see people that we love, care about doing difficultly in their life. Oh man. I think it's really common to be like, I need to set a boundary. I can't have that person around. This, that, and at times there's valid reasons to do that. People are stealing from folks. People are putting people at danger. They're driving under the influence, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But then there's also, and I saw this by a guy that I'm connected to. He's in Massachusetts. He's a paramedic, I think, and he's also like a, social worker, maybe some other things. This guy Stephen Murray, and he just mentioned this. He's just, one thing that you can do though is offer to be there with somebody on a day that they are using, that they are going through their crisis, right? Because most people would shy away from it, but it's so unsafe for people to be alone and to use by themselves and things like that. Is, like you have these overdose hotlines, like Safe Spot, Never Use Alone, where if you're going to use, you can call somebody and you can be, somebody's on the other end of that line waiting to hear that you you consume your drugs and you're still okay. And otherwise they can call paramedics. You get on the phone with them, these Never Use Alone hotlines, and somebody is there. And then if you stop breathing and responding on the phone, they have a physical address. They can send EMTs and paramedics to make sure that you don't die. So I think we need to get a little bit more comfortable being uncomfortable and spending time with people who are using drugs while they're using them, because showing them that we care about them even when they're not exactly where we want them to be. There's no way for people to really get better unless we're willing to stand in that space as well.
Exactly.
Back up. There's that one.
Okay.
So that's 4.
So now we're both on.
Hill.
Yeah. All right. For the win to end the podcast.
Oh, wow. Well, that'll be juicy.
Oh my God.
It's too bad it's not regular old 8-ball straight down the gullet, right?
Right. Oh yeah. Never be that easy. Okay, so let me see here. Right here. Shoot this. This way. I go that way. Spin this way.
Actually, I've got that as a trick shot. Putting the other throw on it so it comes back to this.
No, I'm trying to do that Z. Yeah. Z bang. What I'm going for. I'm trying to remember which spin I got to get it to do. So I need to hit right here. This is going to be the tricky part, because it's going to try to throw the 8-ball into the pocket. Oh, well, I got the Z, but the cue ball jumped right into the pocket hole.
Man. All right. Well,
And there,
so does it stay in there for now, or
What?
does it stay in there for now, or?
Nope, another ball comes up. No. This is
Well-
where things get tricky.
Well, oh, good.
Well, no, you didn't scratch. You didn't scratch. You just.
Yes, it rolled in.
It did.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
It rolled its slow ass right into that pocket.
Oh, my bad. All right. So now, I think. I'm trying to remember all 8-year-olds. Pretty sure it's
kitchen. And then,
Oh, see, then I screwed that up on one of them. The other two.
I'm probably getting it wrong.
That's all right. We're gonna have it nailed down for the next time we do bangs.
Oh my lord, no! I was trying to skim it so much. All right. Is it straight?
Yeah, it's a little. Well, my 8 was crooked. Now the 6 is.
Stay. There we go.
I'm gonna try something here, and I'm gonna try to throw the 2 there.
Okay.
It put 0 throw, but it sounded good. It sounded good.
Almost in line, one ball down.
And I'm happy I didn't come back up and scratch in that corner. And fall.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
I was like, one of us got
If I executed what I was trying to do right, it would have been amazing. But
Nice shot.
all right. So now, I think I dropped, scratched twice, right? Or fouled twice. So I went from 4 down to 2.
And now 3.
Now I'm at 3. Yes.
Here we go. And I'm still at 4 because that was my game-winning shot that I shit the bed on.
Wait, oh, you're at 3 because you scratched still that one. So that was
Even
You're
with
right,
pocket in
4.
it?
yeah,
Was it- Okay. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, okay.
still yeah, it was a foul. But so
So
we're
it's
3-3. Yeah,
All right.
we're having so much fun.
It's the guesstimation rules.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to make sure I'm remembering everything right and the rules because I've only played this like 2 other times. And the
Next, I'll
last
have you
time
up
I
at my place and we'll pull the rules out and we'll learn it
Yeah.
together the right
Let's
way.
do it. Yeah.
We'll rotate over and we'll do something.
Yeah. Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Here it comes. Here it comes.
I don't know what's coming, but something is.
A ball side pocket.
Consequence.
Oh. Ooh, nice. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's not really a bang, I guess. I'm gonna call it up here.
Okay. Oh.
I was like, whatever it does,
Triple.
I'm like, do not scratch again. I'm like, whatever it does is it's gonna be a double kiss. I was like, I'm not getting out of that.
All right. Let's see. 1, 2 goes there. It's gonna come here. To here. I don't think it's going towards any pocket, but I would call that one.
All right.
What?
Oh wow,
Okay, that is not what I
that was cool.
anticipated.
That was cool. I'm here for all of it.
I'm like, it's gonna go all around here. And it goes straight up there.
Let's try it here.
All right. Oh. Ooh. That was cool. Oh,
Some of my
here's-
one pocket shots, but they go better on 9-foot table.
Here we go. It's right here.
All right.
Oh. Man.
Heck.
Okay. And it
There it is.
match.
Man, great shooting, brother.
Dude, this is
Man.
so much fun.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
All right. Okay, so that's going to wrap up this podcast. Enjoy everybody who came and watched. If you're watching the video afterwards, like, comment, subscribe. Joe, thanks for coming
Man,
out here, man.
Appreciate it. Great shooting, great combo.
Dude,
It's a hell of a time catching up, man. It's been a couple years.
I love this. I think that we need to do stuff like this more, at least with the pool players.
Yeah,
You know, this was a lot of fun.
there's some folks in the billiard community out here that could come over and do this and have some good fodder for the conversation.
Nice.
I know we're not that rare of a breed in the billiard community.
Oh,
so.
no.
Yeah.
No, I think being who I am, a bit more rare. There's some serious characters within the billiard industry.
Oh yeah.
But all right, well, we're gonna catch you guys later, and see you on the next ride.
Take care, y'all. Thanks for joining.
Oh yeah. Awesome. All right, now.
Dude, yeah. I can see you.
Teeth floating on that last game.
Welcome to the channel. In today's video, we have the awesome opportunity to be able to cover motorcycle awareness around semi-trucks.
So we're on private property today with our friend Nathan, who's going to help us demonstrate ways that we can all be safer on the road together. Say hello, Nathan.